I was just glad you know I met a gal from old Bordeaux. She had blonde hair and blue eyes too.
Let me ride on the ring-dang-doo, the ring-dang-doo. Now what is that? It's soft and round like a pussy cat. Got a hole in the middle and split in two. That's what you call the ring-dang-doo.
Took me down into her cellar, said that I was a mighty fine fellow. Let me wine and
Whiskey too.
Let
me ride on the ring-dang-doo, the ring-dang-doo. Now what is that? It's soft and round like a pussy cat. Got a hole in the middle and it's split in two. That's what you call a ring-dang-doo.
Her father come in, angrily said, now you have lost your maidenhead. Pack your bags and coat bags too.
Make your living off the ring-dang-doo, the ring-dang-doo. Now what is that? Soft and round like a pussy cat. Got a hole in the middle and split in two. That's what you call a ring-dang-doo.
She went off to be a whore, hung this sign upon her door.
$1 each and 3 for 2. Take your crack at the ring-dang-doo, the ring-dang-doo. Now what is that? Soft and round like a pussy cat. Got a hole in the middle and it's split in two. And that's what they call a ring-dang-doo.
And she was mistress of her
It
trade.
was diddle-diddle-diddle all the day. Put my hand upon her toe. Mark well what I do say. She says, young man, you're rather low for the diddle-diddle-diddle all day.
I put my finger on her knee.
Well, what I do say.
She says, young man, you're rather free.
For diddle-diddle-diddle all the day.
I put
My arm around her waist. Mark well what I do say. She says, young man, you're in great taste for the diddle-diddle-diddle all day. I put my hand upon her thigh. Mark well what I do say. She says, you're getting pretty nice for the diddle-diddle-diddle all day. She says, let's lay down on the grass and diddle-diddle-diddle all the day.
She says, let's lay down on the grass
And diddle-diddle-diddle all the day. And we diddle-diddle-did too.
All day long on the prairies I ride. Not even a dog to trot by my side. Fire I kindle, townships around.
The coffee
I boil without being brown. I wash in a pool and I wipe on a sack. I carry my wardrobe all on my back. For want of an oven, I cook bread in a pot. And I sleep on the ground for want of a cot. My ceiling's the sky, my floor is the grass. My music's the lowering of my shiny white ass. My books are guns, my sermons the stones. My parson's a wolf on his pulpit of bones. I sometimes rob a bank on Main Street. You can't blame me for wanting to eat, but show me a man that sleeps more profound than big old Uncle lying out on the ground.
As the newspapers call for our gangs demise, says we're no good thieves that you should despise. A parson remarks from his pulpit of bones, fortune favors those who look out for their own. Yeah.
Maxwell Rothy sought the footlights like a moth, his sense of timing never off until he opted to collaborate with a hooded reprobate. The blighter and assassin made a deadly double bill. Jokes, 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 make 'em laugh until they choke, fairly slay 'em in the aisles, maidens fair and princes charming. Thrills, 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 dashing feats and bloody spills, and I guarantee you'll never see the ending coming. The curtain rose, the scene was set, they danced a murderous duet, and much deserving blood was let up to the scene wherein they disagreed on who should live and who should bleed, and Maxwell Rothy then received a very bad review. Jokes, 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 and there's daggers and there's cloaks, but behind the scenes the leading players differ on the plot. Laugh, laugh, laugh at the dandy's new red scarf. Now 8 shows a week to Beelzebub is his eternal lot. Jokes, 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 make 'em laugh until they choke, fairly slay 'em in the aisles, maidens fair and princess charming. Thrills, 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 dashing feats and bloody spills, and I guarantee you'll never see the ending coming.
Good morning. Hi. How's it going? How you doing? Feeling good? Feeling good? I'm feeling good. You're feeling lively? I'm feeling lively. How's everybody doing? Everybody rocking and rolling? Hopefully you are. I'm here to have a joyous day, and I'm hoping you are too. I'm hoping you are too, because man, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. It's going to be a good day. Hold that up. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, there we go. Weird ass songs. Yeah, Campfire songs from Red Dead 2. There are some weird ones. That's what it called. A ring dang do. A ring dang do. Now what is that? It's soft and round like a pussy cat. Hi, Hermione. This is Hermione, if you guys don't know Hermione somehow. Meow. She's a good little girl. Miss Hermione. She's been very, very lonely since Finley went missing. Very lonely. So we're trying to give her some place to hang out today, huh? Yeah. Give her a place to hang out. So she's going to be joining us. Hopefully she doesn't eat too many cables. We'll see. Fingers crossed. Let's see. Loki season 2. No, I have not seen it yet. Morning, you fabulous man. Morning, you fabulous man. Ready for some chill vibes and playing some video games. Oh yeah. Oh baby. How's it going? It's good. Okay, yeah, sure. Just lay down right there. It's good. We are just, you know, chugging through. We had a little scare last night. Somebody posted to a local community Facebook page that they found a deceased white and orange cat in the middle of the road. And we were like, oh crap, that's going to be Finley. Like, how many other white and brown cats are there? But we went and we checked, and it wasn't Finley. The feet were brown. I mean, this thing, there wasn't a whole lot of the poor kitty left, just to be honest. It was pretty morbid, but it was not Finley, as far as we could tell. So there's at least still a little bit of hope, but yeah, Miney's all shook up about it. It's okay though. It's okay. You're gonna hang out with us today. Yeah, I'm seeing some dropped frames weirdly. I don't know why. I'll keep an eye on it, see if he keeps doing it. I'm watching. I don't know what would be doing that or causing that. Nothing's happening. What am I drinking today? A spicy chai. You better believe it. A spicy chai. Oh yeah. Oh, cuddle up. Oh, that's a good spot. Okay. Okay. Did you check the dental records? Yeah. We called in the cat pathologist and they pulled the records to check. Yeah. Irox, see if it's better now, because I just reset the count and it's showing that it's steady now, but I'm gonna keep an eye on it if it keeps doing that. I don't know what would be causing it, but it should be better now. Okay, are you running the streaming creation engine? Maybe. Gotta keep you guys on your toes. Okay. This Red Dead music is just a little too slow for me today. I'm sorry. We're gonna crank it. We're gonna crank it up. We're gonna get turned. Is everyone ready? There we go. Let's get turned together. That's good, right? You want to get turned? I don't know. I'm not a youngster. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. Finnabussin, dab on the haters. Yeah. Pop a cap. What's the one game you're most interested in that hasn't come out yet? That's been announced or that is not announced that's coming? I mean, if it's been announced, I guess at this point, GTA 6. Like that one I'm very interested in. Because I think we're all braced for it to blow us away, and then we're also all kind of half braced for them to announce it, and it's just like GTA Online, but ×2, and that's what I'm personally worried about. Like everything else about it looks like it's gonna be great, but you just never know. You never know with Take-Two. Like the fact that people are already bracing for it to be like $80, $90, $100 for the basic version should tell you what they think of Take-Two. I just found your channel through your Hogwarts Legacy video. Did you close on your house? Just got my first one back in April. Yeah, we did. This is the new house. We're here. Hi. Oh, it's okay. She doesn't want to get comfy. It's okay. Could be an always online with an integrated story mode. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Rockstar has surprised us before. When Red Dead 2 came out, we were all braced for it to be the same sort of thing where they abandoned the single player and doubled down on multiplayer stuff, but it was in fact the opposite. They released a really amazing single player and then kind of just ignored the online and moved on pretty quickly. So who knows? I mean, they might surprise us, have an amazing single player campaign and mode, and then also offer a really good multiplayer online component. We're just gonna have to wait and see. Some people, I heard one person, they were saying that they think Rockstar is not actually going to release the online day one. They're going to wait like a year to do it because they're going to build up content. I can't imagine they do that. I would have to think that they are going to do day one online. It's going to be so broken. The wait times are going to be insane, but I don't think that they delay it. Do you guys think they delay it? I don't know if they would do that. It seems like such a layup. Like with all the hype and excitement, you release the game and then you just like release the online, sell $100 shark cards. Like it's no brainer. It's a no brainer right there. GTA Online is on its last leg. That's what everybody has thought, but like it's still like prints money. It's ridiculous. It's partially like GTA roleplay. It's partially like a lot of these streamers that keep it going, but the moment that there's a GTA 6 variant, I think it's just gonna, I mean, I don't know if they unlist GTA 5 online. That's a fair question. Do they unlist it once they have GTA 6 out? Because it's still like top 10 selling games every single month, and it has been for a decade. So do they unlist it? But then again, who's buying GTA 5 when they could buy GTA 6? I guess it's cheaper, so maybe that's why you would do it, but you know, I don't know. There's a lot of open questions. What was the amount of copies sold? Jordan mentioned yesterday it was like 5 million copies. Yeah, I think it was 5 million copies. Was it in September or October? I don't know. It was in a recent month that it sold 5 million copies, I thought. And I was like, Spider-Man 2 released released in what, mid-October, and it sold 5 million in like 2.5-3 weeks. And GTA 5, a game from a decade ago, sold that same amount. And like everybody I know owns GTA 5. That's where I'm baffled. I'm like, who's buying it? Like, who still needs a copy? Some people have said, oh, it's a money laundering scheme. Like at this point, I would not actually be that shocked, because like Who needs the game still? Like, who's buying it? I don't know. Did you hear about the Zelda movie? Yeah, I did. I'm just braced for them to announce Tom Holland is playing Link. Because that seems to be the trend. It seems like Hollywood execs have cooled off on Chris Pratt a little bit. They still love Tom Holland, though. Which, I mean, I'm not opposed to. Tom Holland's fine. But any actor, when you make them do, like, every role in every major film, like, it just dilutes their talent and kind of makes me check out. I assume it's new children getting GTA 5 for the first time. Maybe. I mean, that's probably the only real possibility. But still, like 5 million copies in a month, or even if let's play like it's super safe in 3 months, a decade-old game selling 5 million copies. If a new release sells 5 million copies, that's an overwhelming success. It's just wild. Like GTA is just massive. Oh God, I can already see Chris Pratt being Ganon or The Rock. Yeah, dude, I could see The Rock being Ganon. Yeah. For how clunky GTA 5 Online is from a user experience perspective, I really hope they make significant improvements on that for GTA 6 Online. I agree. I mean, there's a lot of clunk. The full online version of the game is basically unplayable because of hackers. If you've never tried it, it's like, it's bad. It's really, really bad. So hopefully they fix it, at least adding in some decent, like, anti-cheating stuff. But we'll see. I mean, I also really don't think that they're bringing it to PC for at least a year, probably more like a year and a half to 2 years. And that's going to help a lot with the cheating stuff. It's a lot harder to do hacks and cheat on console versus PC. Just cast Seth MacFarlane for everyone. Oh, there you go. There you go. Actually, that would unironically work pretty well. Seth MacFarlane has crazy vocal range. Like, he can just do whatever he wants with his voice. It's ridiculous. You know how, like, a lot of voice actors, you'll hear them play one role, and then you hear them play another role, and you're like, oh, that was the same guy. Like, I can tell. That's me with, like, Troy Baker. Like, I can tell when it's Troy Baker. I can hear it. Seth MacFarlane, I can't. Like, it's so different. Yeah, if you compare like Brian to Dr. Hartman and Family Guy, yeah, you can tell that it's the same because it's the same voice. But you compare like Stewie to Quagmire, and I would never guess that those are the same person, you know? Never would have thought. Are each of those 5 million copies sold $60? I think people feel comfortable buying it with a $10 price tag. I don't know what it's at any given day. It's also, that's worldwide. So some days it's going to be on sale in one country or one province and not in others. But yeah, I'm not sure. Have you seen the Netflix Avatar live action series teaser? It actually looks promising. Yeah, I did see it. I'll be real, like, I'm not too familiar with Avatar Last Airbender. My wife Nikki watched a lot of it, the cartoon, way back in the day. So I don't know if she's seen it, actually. We can ask her when she gets back. But yeah, I'm not sure. It didn't look bad. And I guess that's the biggest compliment I could give it as somebody that doesn't know what really good would look like. But it didn't look bad. Like some of those live action remakes, you see them and you're like, I don't even play this, but they're like, I don't even know what this is about, but that looks bad. In this case, I thought it looked fine. So Matt Stone and Trey Parker have crazy vocal range too. A lot of it also is digital manipulation. Like if you go back to season 1, 2, 3, and I think 4 of South Park, Cartman's voice sounds totally different because they weren't really doing a lot of stuff to his voice. But nowadays, like if you hear the raw recording of Trey Parker doing like Cartman's voice, it doesn't sound like Cartman at all, and it's because they raised the pitch a little bit and it transforms it. But they do a lot more digital manipulation to their voices, whereas Seth MacFarlane, it's just straight what his voice sounds like. It's crazy. Also, real question. This is not related to like anything, but I just need to know if I'm alone in this. Has anyone else started to see just like an insane number of TikTok changes where like TikTok now every other swipe is for like the TikTok shop ads, and it's just some moron talking about how this ear scoop thing they use is an amazing buy and it's 30% off right now in TikTok shop. Like, I cannot stand it. It's actually made me stop using TikTok. Am I alone in this? Are they just targeting me? Because it's driven me so crazy. Just constant like wish.com crap garbage. I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I know what we're doing. Did you guys see that they released the first gameplay of Hogwarts Legacy running on the Switch? How rough do you think this is going to be? Do you think this is going to be really good? I haven't seen it yet. Do you think it's going to look good? Do you think it's going to look horrible? I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. I'm ready. I'm buckled up. I hope it's really good. They did a great job with the PS4 port. What we got?
I trust you're ready for your first
All
day at
footage
Hogwarts.
captured on the Switch.
Can't believe I'm here.
That you have come this far tells me that you possess
I mean, clearly it's super low res. Like, I don't even know what resolution this is. This is no doubt docked. And we're streaming it at 1080p. And man, I mean, this could easily be like 540p. It's very, very blurry, but it seems to be running pretty smooth, and it's not like everything is like nothing looks like a potato. So I guess that's cool.
Magical ability.
We can expect great things from you.
Another beginning of a bright and magical future.
I'd wager there's a good deal more to your travels here than what you've told me, isn't there?
Give me your hand! Accio!
You said you could get to the child when they came to Hogsmeade.
Who's this child? What are you not telling me?
Again, like, it's clearly running on the Switch, but the fact that it seems to be running pretty smoothly on the Switch, to me, is very impressive. I mean, it seems to be running better than I would have thought it would.
Can I see magic?
Traces of an ancient magic, to be precise.
A magic this powerful can do great harm in the wrong hands.
What was that voice? Oh my god, what was that voice?
A magic this powerful can do great harm in the wrong hands.
I don't remember that voice, and that sounded like straight AI. What is that? Also, these particle effects are definitely a little oof, but...
A magic this powerful can do great harm in the wrong hands.
yeah, I don't know what that is.
The power you stand to wield must first be fully understood.
It will take time.
I'm afraid we don't have the luxury of time.
Look at this! It's amazing!
I've never seen so powerful a goblin.
The wizarding world will crumble!
If anyone can rise to this challenge, my friend, it is you.
I'm ready for whatever comes next.
I mean, for real, running on the Switch, that's pretty impressive. We'll see how it actually runs when you're playing it, because, I mean, of course, they can, if they capture 10 hours of gameplay footage, and, like, the chances are you could whittle that down to you know, 2-minute trailer that looks decently smooth. So when we're actually playing it, who knows? Maybe when you go into combat, it drops to 15 frames or something. I guess we can try it. But honestly, like, I was expecting all trees to not be rendered. Like, the water is just a flat plane. The clouds are gone. Like, I was expecting it to look way worse. But it actually just looks like a really low resolution version of the game on like PS4, which is not crazy. Like, it's not crazy. Yes, impressive for a potato. Yeah, I mean, it if they've done a good job on this, I mean, props to the devs. If you're watching this on mobile, it probably doesn't look that bad, except for the particle effects. Those were pretty rough. But, I mean, in like the little mini player thing here, it doesn't look bad. It's only when, you know, you blow it up on a big screen and then you see the lack of clarity and detail. But again, for running on a 6-ish year old potato, that's not bad. That's not bad. My concern is that, like, even now on PC, there are sometimes some stutters, some doors. Like, how long are you gonna have to wait at doorways to load the next area? That's what I want to know. Because even on like an M.2 SSD, it can still take a little bit. Like, it can still chug. Little white circle spins. Little white circle spins. So I don't know how that's gonna look, how that's gonna translate. Yeah? Where'd you go? Miney's meowing. Yeah, I don't know. But we're gonna find out very soon. It launches in 4 days. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, my PC is pretty outdated and I could run Hogwarts Legacy medium settings with hiccups. Yeah, I think everybody had little hiccups, so you're not alone. Everybody did. There are some mods. You'll see a video we're going to publish tomorrow. And there was a mod I was able to find that pretty much fixes all of those issues and just patches the engine, makes it run smooth. Like, it overnight just fixes it. It's crazy. They haven't patched it, as far as I can tell, officially to do that, but it does seem to that there are fixes available if they were to do that. There weren't that many outside shots, to be honest. Hopefully that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it's hard to tell, like, if they didn't do that because they like just wanted to focus on the castle, or if it's because when you're outside of the castle, performance tanks. I don't know. What I do know is, like, they've delayed this a while. I think this was supposed to come out back in the summer, or like early summer, and they've managed to delay it to take their time to do it right. So hopefully they're actually doing it right, not delaying it and it's just messed up. Yeah, Sendio, that's the mod for the fixes. You're right. Yeah, Leo, that's totally fair. It's a Switch. You should not expect it to run great on the Switch. If you buy a game like this on the Switch, you need to be prepared for it to not run great, not look great, but to be playable. I think that's my standard for the Switch for these ports. Like, it is playable there. Will you have a great time? Probably not. Will it look great? Definitely not. But you can play the game if you couldn't play it like elsewhere because you don't have money for other consoles or a PC or anything. And I think that is totally fair. People just need to know what they're getting moving in, which is why I'm proud of them and mad props for doing a trailer showing what it actually looks like instead of like, this is running on a simulated Switch with a 4090. You know, it's just totally a waste. Okay, I guess we can end that segment there. Yeah, I see the comment about the YongYea thing. I guess we can touch on this real quick. So there's been a little bit of drama developing online. Shocker, right? Over the last day or so. For those of you that don't know him, ooh, dab on the haters. What is that? I don't know what
Chip
just
Twitch
happened.
7 donated $100.
Oh, Jesus Christ. My God almighty. Dude, that is ridiculously generous. My goodness. That's straight filthy. Okay, Poggers. What was the name? It read it off so quickly. That was very, very generous. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Chip, I think is what it said. Thank you. My goodness. Extremely, extremely generous. My goodness. Watch out, you're going to be blocked now. Yeah, well, that's the thing. So, basically, like, Yong, if you don't know Yong, somehow he does like a bunch of YouTube news videos. He's gotten crap in the past because a lot of his stuff is just like whatever is trending on Reddit as drama, he'll make a video on his main channel, and then like that's it. Like that's his content, is that he goes on Reddit, finds out what people are freaking out and raging about, and then he makes videos on it kind of echoing that. So he's very good at riding the waves of public discourse and frustrations. That could be awesome, and it can help your channel grow and do really well, but you shouldn't be surprised then when people, like, you attract an audience that likes to freak out about stuff. And in this case, Yong has been trying to transition into a career in voice acting, which good for him. I mean, props. He's doing the thing. He's wanted to be a voice actor forever. He's using his platform on YouTube to become a voice actor. Mad props. He's doing great. However, he released this clip. Here is an official look at Kiryu in English. Did a side-by-side with Jay for those wanting to hear the difference. This is some of the first stuff we ever recorded a year ago. Performance got more refined as we went further along. Excited for y'all to experience the full games. And so he posts a clip of him actually voicing these characters and stuff. And there was one side-by-side I saw. I don't know. But basically, people have not been that stoked on it. I hope AI replaces you all. Oh my God. So people have not been that stoked on it. Some people I'm sure are, but a lot of people think that the performance is not amazing. Yeah, YongYea put out tweet with his voice for Kiryu, and yeah, gonna pretend it doesn't exist. Even English voiceover for Ichiban is a million times better than that. I'm gonna play it. You can make up your own mind. I don't think it sounds as bad as people are making it out to be, but so this is the original. Okay.
You know, had you just waited 3 minutes, I'd have been a little more grateful.
Young out.
Yeah.
Original?
I made contact with a good number of people, just waiting for them to get back to me. There's always something extra, isn't there? Let's cut the chit-chat. You got any info for me?
I mean...
Japanese. You're sure about that? Somehow that is. They what? So he was naked. Anything else stand out?
Tattoo.
A tattoo? Don't test me. So where is he?
Personally, to me, as far as dubs are concerned, I think it's fine. Like, yeah, I can tell it's Yong. He didn't really change his presentation of his voice. It's just kind of Yong talking. But like, I don't see the problem. If you cast YongYea in a role, yeah, he's gonna sound like YongYea. Yong out. That's what's gonna happen. So I don't personally understand the crazy drama. People are like, oh, the performance is flat, or oh, he's so low energy and stuff. So is the original dub. Like, what do you want him to do? Like, the original dub is very, what do you have to tell me? And then Yong comes in and is like, what do you have to tell me? Like, people would be like, what the hell is going on? They'd be way worse. So I don't know. I don't think it's like that bad, but this is a great example of how sometimes your reaction to the drama can be way worse than the drama itself. Isn't it called, the Streisand effects is a little bit different. Like, well, but I guess it does apply here, where basically, like, I think it goes back to Barbara Streisand when she effect. So the Streisand effect is an unintended consequence of attempts to hide, remove, or censor information where the effort instead backfires by increasing the awareness of that information. It's named after the American singer and actress Barbra Streisand, whose attempt to suppress the California Coastal Records Project photograph of her clifftop residence in Malibu, California, taken to document California coastal erosions, inadvertently drew far greater attention to the heretofore, wow, seeing that word casually thrown out, heretofore obscure photograph in 2003. Basically, like, picture was taken of her house. She didn't like that, so she went and tried to get it all taken down, and then press heard about that and just ended up pushing this out more and more and more. So her attempt to cover it up made it way worse. And with Yong's response to this stuff has been that he just has been like going out and banning everybody that tells him that they don't like his performance, which is funny because he's also bashed other actors like Chris Pratt for voiceovers before.
One thing that everyone's talking about is, of course, Mario's voice. This is the main character. This is an iconic character. There's a very specific voice and type of performance that we associate with Mario's character. And this trailer finally gave us a glimpse of what Mario will sound like, who is played by Chris Pratt. And I'll be honest, when I first watched this trailer, I was kind of disappointed. I was a little taken aback by how much Mario just sounds like Chris Pratt doing like a bit of a Brooklyn accent.
Which, again, like pretty much everything he's saying you could say about his current voiceover that we're talking about, where it just sounds like Yong trying to talk with a deeper, quieter voice. Like that's all it is. So, I mean, if you're gonna throw stones, you gotta be able to take stones. If you're gonna play ball, you gotta be ready to get tackled as well. If you're gonna dish it out, you gotta be able to take it. But apparently, Yong has just been going on a banning spree. So anybody that tells him that they don't like his performance has just been blocked. So who knows? Probably me doing this little segment on the stream will get me blocked as well, which is kind of funny, but yeah, I think he's a bit upset. It's just if you're gonna put yourself out there in this space, you got to be ready for people to tease you.
Tristan Larrabee donated $6.99 through Super Chat.
Oh, thank you, my friend.
I've watched all your analysis on games. What other content creators can you suggest that's not the Raptor guy? Also, reminder, you are a legend.
I appreciate you, Tristan. Thank you so much. There's a lot of other really, really good creators. Depends on if we're talking just in the gaming space. One guy I've shouted out before. I've shouted him out since he was at like 10,000 subs. I just freaking love everything he does, and I cannot recommend his stuff enough. Is Mad Orchard. He doesn't do gaming stuff. He does like pop culture / true crime stuff, more of a focus on true crime. But seriously, some of these videos are just mind-bendingly good. Like, he makes everything I've ever done look like child's play. Like, it's ridiculous how good these videos are. One I recommend you starting on is the coldest case ever solved. I'm not going to tell you about it because this whole video is one of the biggest roller coasters over the course of 58 minutes you will ever watch. Like, it will break your brain. Seriously, it will break your brain. So I heavily recommend you check out that. The Only One Who Deserved to Stay is another really good case. Chandler Halderson, that one's just depressing because he's such an idiot. If you're Canadian, watch this Dennis Oland one because it's about the case where the head of Moosehead Brewery was killed, and it was like almost certainly his son, but his son got off and got away with murder. So all of those cases are amazing. Matt Orchard, stellar content creator. As for other people in the gaming space, I mean, I was about to joke and be like, yeah, Clean Prince Gaming. I don't even know what happened to him anymore. Oh crap, I can't remember his name. Let me see if I have it. Jeff Grubb's stuff is all amazing. ACG, of course, is amazing, but I'm sure you already knew that. So says Jay. If you like Assassin's Creed stuff, his stuff is amazing. Extremely thoughtful.
Is now a red flag.
Ooh,
I'm
baby.
having so much fun with Gaiden. Might be the best gameplay in a Yakuza game yet. Hopefully more newcomers will try this one. Happy
Good.
Friday.
Good. Happy Friday to you too, and I'm glad you're having good fun with that. I haven't jumped into it. Logan, also thank you for the 100 bits as well. I don't know why people like Yong. He has the lukewarm, uninteresting, or the most lukewarm, uninteresting takes possible. I think people go to him because he's really good at pumping out content timely and jumping on these news stories before they break. But the thing I learned when I was doing gaming news stuff is that inevitably people are coming to your videos for the news. They're not coming to the videos for you. They're coming for the news. If another creator puts out the news article faster, they'll go there. Like, they don't care that much about you. And I was like, if I'm going to make content, I'd like people to watch my content for me, not just because I'm dunking on Activision or I'm dunking on this company or I'm hating on Chris Pratt or this or that. I still want to be able to do those things, dunk on Activision whenever I want, but I want people to be coming to my videos specifically to watch me, if that makes sense. And for Yong, I think he's just in a spot where there's very little unique, there's not really a unique perspective he brings to the table, because literally, I mean, you can track it. Almost every single thing he says is just a copy and paste of what you can see on Reddit trending, you know, at any given time. So there's very little like unpopular takes from him or original takes, which I can understand why people are not into that. But, you know, that's why, like, love me or hate me, at least, you know, I'm going to say what I think about a game. Like, if I think Assassin's Creed Odyssey is underrated and I think it's actually a really, really good open world adventure game, at least the first 3/4 of it, I'm going to say it. And if you tease me and make fun of it and disagree, that's fine. But at least, you know, I'm telling you what I really think. You know, and that's fine. That's fine. Ego much? Yeah, I mean, you're watching a YouTuber. We are all egomaniacs. Like, you should not take any YouTuber that says that they're humble or that you think is humble. It's all wrong. YouTubers are all insane. We're all crazy, okay? Don't trust a word we say. That's funny. Is it my connections that's a potato or Luke's? I don't know. I'm seeing YouTube is popping up specifically with warnings that they're not receiving enough information, which is weird because OBS is sending more than enough. So I don't know. The on Twitch the bitrate's fine, but on YouTube it's saying that it's struggling. So I'm not sure what's happening. I will be honest. I'm not sure. I guess let me know. Let me know if other people are having trouble with it too. I don't know if it's just a YouTube problem today or what. But Twitch doesn't seem to be having the problem. If you're in Twitch chat, let me know if you're having problems too. I'm not seeing same things. But it seems to be just YouTube primarily. Yeah, Bolts on Twitch says no problems here. Endurion says no problems, mate. Okay, so it seems to be a YouTube thing, unfortunately. Hey, Luke, is there a place on YouTube where I can watch the full Free Roam podcast? Yeah, they all should be VODed. So just on the Luke Stevens live channel, you can see them all. And then we also post the audio version on pretty much every podcast site. So wherever you want to go. Yeah, Kate says no problems. Hopeful American says no problems. So yeah, it must be a YouTube problem right now. I don't know why. Open widget. Yeah, it looks like it's just YouTube's having troubles today. I don't know. Hopefully they fix it. YouTube's had problems like this before occasionally. Another YouTuber you should check out. This is totally out of left field, and you're going to be like, what the hell, Luke? What? No joke. One of my favorite channels recently. Part-Time Explorer. If you like ship stuff, if you like interesting historical facts and stuff, this is a phenomenal channel for it. And they do some really, really interesting stuff where, like, for this, he does a documentary on the wreck of the SS Atlantic, for example. And they actually recreate the ship and everything in Unreal Engine 5 and use it to demonstrate and show footage of the ships that they're talking about. Like, it's really, really cool. It's an amazing use of Unreal Engine. And it makes it so, like, the quality of these little documentaries he puts out are so far above what you're even going to see in, like, a lot of History Channel crap. It's crazy how good the stuff is. So if you want just a totally out of left field recommendation for a YouTube channel, this story is crazy. The Eastland disaster, which not many people know about. But this documentary is amazing. So heavily recommend this one. Yeah, I'm sorry YouTube's giving you trouble, guys. I don't know. I'm watching it on my end. Like, enough data is being sent, but YouTube is just struggling. They just keep stuttering. Some YouTube processing glitch or something. I don't know. Christo, glad to have you here, my friend. Glad to have you. If I run the stream at like 1 second delayed, it seems to be fine. Well, and that does make sense because I was like, normally we have much lower latency. Normally I'm able to be like, hey guys, what about this? And then like very quickly the response comes in, but it seems like YouTube's just having trouble. So I don't know why, but that's weird. Tristan, thank you for the super chat. Any chance for political conversations? Also, how do I join your members only stream? Thanks for the recommendations. Gonna check it out soon. Yeah. As for politics, I'm of the mind that I'm a gaming YouTuber, so nobody should really care what I think about politics. It's just ironically, my perspective that you shouldn't care about is that you shouldn't care about my perspective. So don't care about me thinking you shouldn't care about it. But I'm not a political streamer. I don't know what I'm talking about with it. It's all just like, sure, I have opinions and I have thoughts, but I think people who come to these streams are probably the majority not looking for political takes and stuff. So I try to just steer clear of it. If you want to ask me something in like a members only stream, I'm happy to offer my thoughts and stuff. But as for like the main gaming streams, I try to steer clear of it as best I can, you know. I just don't think it's what people are here for. But as for members only streams, once you are, and this is true for everybody, once you are a member and you've joined the channel, you will have access to like the members tab. And whenever we do a members only stream, you'll see the notification pop up just like this one did, but you'll be able to actually click the video and watch it. Whereas if you're not a member, it'll just say, this is for members only. So then you'll actually get into it, which will be good. Any updates on the cat? Nope, still missing. We thought maybe we had found it yesterday, or found him yesterday, because somebody posted an article or a post to Facebook saying that they had driven past and found a white and orange cat dead on the road after being hit, and it turned out it looks like it was not Finley. We went, we checked it, and it doesn't, I don't think it was him. Finley has white feet. This cat, from what was left of it, had like light brown feet. Maybe he was just really dirty, but I don't think it was him. And there was no collar. Finley has his collar on. Could have fallen off, yeah, but I just, a lot of little things came up, and I don't think it was Finley. So I'm not, we're not giving up. We're not giving up. How often do you do members only streams? It's been a minute, just because like we moved and everything, so that kind of threw everything into chaos. Right now I'm trying to figure out how to do the members only stream and a sub only stream at the same time, because if I can't, I'll just have to do 2 little streams, maybe an hour on YouTube and an hour on Twitch. I'm not sure. But we'll figure it out. I just have to mess with it. There's got to be a way to do it. I'm just not sure. Oh yeah, another really good YouTuber to check out, Jack Sather. He makes very good stuff. Kind of came out of nowhere, but he just makes like really solid videos, like reviewing games, and yeah, his stuff's just really good. He's had really good luck also with viral content where he's been able to get a few videos to just pop off. Like he had one on, I think it was Red Dead. Yeah, Red Dead Online is Ruined that did 5 million views. That'll do. That'll do. So that's another creator to check out. He makes very good stuff. If you like my stuff, I think you'll like his. People have asked if we're doing collabs and stuff. We don't have anything planned, but I'm open to it. I don't have any problem with it. I think that'd be fun. Got any new Lego sets recently? I just have this big ass Green Guts Bank. So we got to do that. And I also have a pirate ship we have to build. We just have to do it. But I want to do it while we're like, while we're reacting to something. So it's not just me sitting on camera building Legos. Like I'd like to actually have something we can do. And so I'm not sure exactly when we'll tackle it, but I think once we have stuff to do while we're building it, we'll do it. I also, my Lego camera that I had like here, and then it would angle down and look at the desk while I'm building Legos, the camera died. So now I don't have a Lego cam. So I understand if you guys want to unsub now. I totally get it. I understand it. No shocker. Dude, I gave Lovesack, which is, I swear to God, it's like a couch company. They make big beanbag chairs and stuff. I put my phone number into their website once, and they send me probably 3 to 5 texts a week. And I've texted like stop, and they will like stop for a week or two and then send me stuff from another phone number. Oh, we got Cover Up Sharp Claws. They're cat nail caps. Nikki just ordered these, or just found them at the store. But they're so Miney can come inside with our new furniture and she can't scratch them. Like it's just like little plastic caps for their claws, but they look like their nails are painted. So she has like bright red claws. It's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. Vets recommend them instead of course, having like the cat declawed. So we're going to try that. I bought a beanbag from there. It cost like $2,200. What did you think, Christo? Was it good? I don't know anybody who's ever bought anything from them. So I don't know if it's like just overpriced garbage or if it's actually really good. I was only here for the Lego sets on sub. I totally understand. I get it. I totally understand. Am I going to play AC Nexus? Yeah, I think we're going to stream it, and it's going to be really funny because I'm going to get so freaking motion sick. I'm just going to be projectile vomiting the whole time, but buckle up. Buckle up. Tristan, you're fine. I know, I like almost every creator who eventually becomes like a lol cow is like inevitably you see them try to get into talking about stuff that they shouldn't. Like I think it was it Wings? I think it was Wings. Let me see if somebody clipped it. I think this is it. Like this is a gaming streamer.
Let's go ahead and make this Lumix video. Can you explain me how like a friction modifier tool helps fix an engine? Can't learn about anything.
Where's the
United States were terrorists to the British Empire.
Oh yeah.
If the British Empire won, the colonists would be just labeled as terrorists, but they didn't. Right? Terrorist is only a boogeyman word designed to get people to hate other people. Right? It's two parties having a conflict and doing things to try to win said conflict.
And I'm like, listen, guys, we're all due respect. If you're like a 450-pound game streamer that is like chilling in a double wide trailer, that's cool. That's awesome. Double down on it. You're living the dream, working as a gamer professionally. That's great. Why should anyone think what you have to say about politics means anything? Like it just, and plus like your community is built around gaming. They're not interested in your political takes. Like, you know, it just doesn't make any sense. Nick Merckx too. I don't know. I haven't watched Nick Merckx in a bit. So I'm not sure where he's at now. I know he's gotten in trouble because he he's said some offhand. I think he said something like "Don't mess with the kids" or something. I don't know. I don't keep up with my streamer drama anymore. I'm off. I'm out of practice. Man, I gotta get it together. Geraldo, someone wants to know about what games do you recommend for try it? First one is Cyberpunk. For the last 5 years you've had that. What are their pretty good PC games? I mean, I don't know if you have consoles, but if you don't have a console, like Red Dead 2 on PC is a delight. You could even play like God of War, all sorts of stuff. Rockable, thank you. That's awesome. I tried The Last of Us on PC because I've became a big fan of you since then. Oh, really? Oh, during Ramadan too. Hopefully it didn't make the struggles, because is Ramadan the thing where is fasting involved, or am I thinking about something else? Yeah, it's the fasting month. Okay, that's what I thought. I'm gonna sound really dumb if like you said like Diwali, but I'm thinking Ramadan or something. That would have been bad. But no, yeah, hopefully my video didn't make the fasting and those things more difficult because it was so cringe. But no, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. What do you think of the chances of Bully 2 after GTA 6 would be 20 years since the first release? I just think like at this point with 5, 6, 7 year development cycles, for them, there's so much money riding on it. I don't know if they take the risk with something like Bully when they know that a Red Dead 3 is just going to kill it. Like, what was her name? Was it Sally in Red Dead 2? That doesn't sound right, but is that right? The girl that you save early on, super badass. Is her name Sally? Sally Adler. Okay, I was thinking of Adler, but yeah, Sally Adler. If you put her as the protagonist of another game, I think that Sadie Adler, that's it. Sadie. I was like, Sally doesn't quite sound right. Sadie Adler, that's it. Sadie, if you give her own game, I think that's the thing sells gangbusters. Like, I just, Red Dead 3 is amazing. Like, I think that's a guaranteed, like, windfall of cash. But the question is, like, do they do that, or are they trying to shake it up and get another franchise in the works and bring back Bully or bring back LA Noire or all of that? But you better believe that, like, with all of this, it's not going to be fan service. If they're going to do it, their goal is to try and absolutely milk it for all it's worth. Like, they're putting $200+ million into the game. It needs to be very successful. A Dutch origin story? That actually could be really cool. A Dutch origin story. Yeah, dude. I mean, I'll be honest. I'll watch it. I'd play it. I'd play it. Yeah, I wouldn't mess with that. Einar G, good to see you, my friend. Einar, a real G right there. 12 months. Hey, oh, peeps. Damn, time flies. Yeah, it does. 12 months, my man. That is crazy. That is sheer madness. Then you bring back Bully. I think it would do well. It's just a matter of whether they think that it could do well in the mass market, which I think is fair. I mean, that I really don't know. Just because I really, really want to see it does not mean that everybody else that's more casual, like more casual gamers, would love to see it. Like, that's not a guarantee. So who knows? Something else nobody knows is more details about Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. This game is set to release in, I believe, a little under a month. I think it's early December or something like that. It is on its way. I think they have it listed actually here. No, they don't. But it's set to release in about a month. And there's a bunch of questions surrounding it still. People have tried it. Some journalists and YouTubers have gotten the chance to try it, but nobody really knows a lot of details about it. It's still very much up in the air. So in this video from IGN, they spoke to developers and asked some of the most frequently asked questions about the game, such as, why is the game in first person? What are you trying to do to make this game successful? All of this stuff. And we're going to see what they say, if they can quell our fears and concerns. Let us see. Let's see. And I'm also sorry. It looks like YouTube started buffering again. I'm sorry, everybody. You might have to be like 10 seconds out of sync if you're on YouTube. I'm very sorry. There's nothing I can do. On my end, everything is locked in. Not a single dropped frame. Twitch, it's fine. But for some reason on YouTube, it's struggling. Let's do this.
In Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, developer Massive Entertainment will transport us to the incredible world of James Cameron's sci-fi blockbusters. But unlike the studio's previous Division games, Frontiers of Pandora is played in first person. This is something that, well, a lot of you have issues with. With such striking protagonists as the blue cat-like Na'vi, it's understandable.
The Smurf people, yes. Yes, the Smurfs, indeed.
Understandable why many people would like to play in third person. So why is Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora in first person? We asked the developers themselves to find out.
We want you to feel immersed and feel like you're really on Pandora. So it was never really a big discussion for us.
Yeah, I mean, there's always questions that come up with a lot of these games, like, you know, the first person versus third person debate. In the case of some games like Cyberpunk 2077, I think absolutely that game being in first person, or at least not having the option to switch to third, was really weird because they built out this whole cosmetic system, the ability to like change your appearance, all of these different clothing sets, and you basically never saw them at all unless you were playing through like a motorcycle sequence. You could see yourself, or you're in the car and you back out the view. Otherwise, you never saw yourself. So it was odd. But in terms of gunplay, in terms of immersion, I get it. First person can be much better for that. In the case of Avatar, I'm not sure what the argument is for it being third person. Like, yes, it does appear that Ubisoft is going to be selling cosmetics and stuff in different outfits, which is going to be really, really weird. Like, why would you pay $20 for a skin when you can't even see it, you know? But beyond that, I don't know why people care that much. Maybe you just don't like first person games, in which case, okay. But I don't think Ubisoft is that concerned about that demographic because they were never going to play this regardless. And the population of people that are fine with first person games is probably far larger than the population of people that won't play something because it's first person, you know?
The game was always first person, like as far as I can remember, and this is something that we were completely in agreement with Lightstorm. The main reason, I think it's very simple, and I think people can inherently understand it, that while the Na'vis are amazing, they have superhuman strength, they have superhuman senses, they are stars, but the world of Pandora and the detail that we can do now, that is also an enormous star. And to be as close to Pandora as possible, to be as immersed into it as you can possibly be, which is the first person perspective to me, was a no-brainer for us to go there and to be on Pandora as much as we possibly can, for you to be as immersed as you can with the visuals, with the audio, and to be as physically close.
And the very best way of doing that is being in first person. I am not.
So they keep saying immersion, 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 which some people would say is just, it's a buzzword, whatever, you know, kind of ignore it. But that's one of the things I want to hear. Like, in a world like Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, it is all about the world. Like, the world itself is a major character. Just like in Hogwarts Legacy, the world itself and Hogwarts as a castle is a character in the story. And so building it faithfully and then also making sure that you can be immersed within it, I think is absolutely should be the prime concern. And if they were developing the game and they came across stuff that they thought was antithetical to that purpose, and they changed their approach, I think that that's a very valid reason to make design decisions. With most games, it seems like you just have to pick what your primary goals are as developers and then stick to those and make decisions based off of that. Everything else kind of goes out like spokes off of a wagon wheel, and you just have to follow where it goes, and everything comes back down to this central point. That should at least be the goal. YouTube is effing so hard. Yeah, I don't know why it's struggling so much today. It's really weird. On Twitch, we have no issues at all, but on YouTube, it's really struggling today. Tristan just became a show-off Red Flag member. Thank you, my friend. That's extremely generous. Thank you. That's very generous. Thank you. Welcome to the Red Flag Army. Glad to have you. Glad to have another red flag in our midst. And then Neardridge, thank you for 3 months as well. I believe they're trying to pull a Red Dead Redemption 2 thing, but that is impossible. By the way, hope you're all good, my friend. Keep up the good content. Oh, yes. Yeah, we're rocking and rolling. We're living our best life. Chugging along, trying to wrestle with YouTube being stupid. But what else is new? You know? What else is new? I'm sorry, guys. YouTube's really struggling today. Okay, we'll just keep chugging. Hopefully it pulls out. Since so much of this game sounds like it's parkour based, I have no interest in doing that in third person. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, if it is about movement and pivoting and shifting and stuff really quickly, I don't know why you'd want it third person. Like, I don't know how serious these frustrations are. Part of it, I think, is, let's be honest, like, I think there is a large subset of people that are looking for reasons to be upset and to hate on the game. I think that is a big thing. Because it's Ubisoft, and let's be honest, Ubisoft kind of, sometimes they ask for it, but I don't know. I don't know why else people would care that much about it.
Sending you to your doom. Go on. Trust me, my young.
With this philosophy, Frontiers of Pandora follows in the footsteps of other games that have placed immersive, tactile environments at the forefront of the experience. Games like Thief, Dishonored, and BioShock. But while many games that value immersion stay locked in the first-person perspective, in Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, you won't be seeing the entire game through the eyes of your Na'vi protagonist. When it comes to flying through Pandora's skies, the camera pulls right out to allow your Na'vi and their Ikra mount to take center stage.
And I think that's a very good idea, because even in Red Dead 2, I don't know if you guys suffered from this too, but Red Dead 2, whenever I try to do like the first-person view while riding a horse, I get so motion sick so quickly. It's like, I can't do it. Immediately, I click the button. Oh, God. Okay. And I got to walk it off. It messes with me. So I can only imagine how bad it would be flying on one of these things, doing barrel rolls and shit with first person. Man, I'd be screwed. I'd be very screwed. Thank you, Scare Crowns, as well, for the sub on Twitch. Shout out, my friend. Scare Crowns. Much love, my friend. Thank you.
However, as with Massive's reasoning for using first person, this second perspective is all about Pandora rather than your character.
We decided to use the third person camera for the Banshee or the Ikran because of the framing that it provides on the world. Like, we really liked that FOV change. Like, you can see a lot of like the tree branches and the leaves and all of those things, like from the wings in third person, that you wouldn't really be able to see if you were.
That's a much better way of saying it than when we tried having it first person, people threw up. This is what we call the PR approved talking point instead of the one that Luke would use, which is, yeah, people projectile vomited when we tried to put it first person. Stefan, your question about Disco Elysium. Wait, hold on. Where's your question about Disco Elysium? I love me some Disco Elysium, so I always am happy to talk about Disco Elysium. For some reason, I'm not seeing it. Weird. Oh, wait. I just totally missed this one. I'm sorry, Stefan. I totally missed this super chat. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I totally missed it. Stefan, I keep holding back from purchasing Disco Elysium because I don't know if my money will go to the heroes or the antagonists. What's your advice? That is a very fair question. Basically, if people are not aware, Disco Elysium, there's like a ton of drama where one of the creators of the game seems like he was very toxic to work with. It was kind of a hostile work environment. And then also the corporate overlords that own Zaum, they now have kind of taken over the franchise from the original writers and stuff, but they said that it's because they own the rights and they fired the other guys because of toxic workplace stuff. There's like a ton of drama involved with it. Maybe we'll look that up after this because there's just a lot. In fact, let's do that because I think that'd be interesting. But there's just a lot to it. The way you could just deal with it is just get the game on something like G2A. Because if you get the game on G2A, you're buying the game key that already exists, you know? So it's not like it's out there, and that's if you're playing it on PC. If you're buying it like for console, you could try to get it used somewhere. But I don't think they even did physical copies. So I would say, you know, if you're really worried about it, go to like G2A, because somebody already bought that copy of the game. It already exists, you know. But I don't know if they even did physical copies, so I don't know if you can buy it used, you know. I don't know. Maybe somebody in chat knows if there's a physical version. New viewer here, Eli. Thank you. A little off topic. What do you believe was the last good Assassin's Creed game that was the turning point in the franchise? I mean, I personally, I know some people might disagree with this because they say, well, Unity is the last game. I think Unity, you could argue, was the turning point, because after Unity, that was received so poorly that they decided, okay, we need to do things differently. Not because they rushed it and it was a broken pile of garbage, but because people must not like the stealth focused stuff. That must be what it is. They just don't like the stealth stuff. So they stripped it down and tried to rework it from there. Hey. I think there's also an argument to be made that Assassin's Creed 3 was the turning point, because if you play that game, it has remnants of all this open world stuff all over it, where they're clearly trying to do big levels, big expansive spaces and stuff, and they just didn't quite have the technology down to do it yet. But then you also play the Tyranny of King Washington, which is the DLC for it. And the Tyranny of King Washington DLC is the first time that they really just straight up in the game give you supernatural powers, and it's just straight up magic everywhere. And that's like the whole expansion. It's honestly pretty terrible, but I think you'd say Assassin's Creed 3 or Unity. I think both are very valid. You could also, I think, make a really compelling argument that Black Flag and the success that it enjoyed is why Assassin's Creed changed so much. Because I think it was Black Flag was really successful and Unity flopped, which pushed them into greenlighting Origins and trying to do the open world adventure RPG thing. So I think it was kind of a combination of things, but one of those three, I think, is where you could probably point the finger at mostly. Papa, you the man. You don't even know. You're so sweet. You're a sweet kitty. I knew you were an evil villain because you have a cat. Yeah, sure do. Sure do. But good question, Eli. That's a very good question. Luke looks like a super villain. Yeah, like what's the bad guy's name in Inspector Gadget? You remember that one? He was always petting the cat whenever Inspector Gadget would see him. I don't remember that guy's name. AC just releases 2 good games in a row and then a stinker, then repeat. It is kind of what they do. Yeah, they have it down. Dr. Claw. Dr. Claw. Dude, that's a throwback. That's such a throwback. Oh my goodness. Eli, also, thank you for the 2. Rogue was great too, playing it right now. Yeah, that is a very good one. It's very similar to Black Flag, as you'd expect, because that was basically, I believe it was released in 2015, the same time roughly that Unity was released, and it's because they wanted to sell games to Xbox 360 and PS3 players, but they couldn't get Unity running on those consoles, so they made Unity next-gen exclusive, and then they made Rogue last-gen exclusive, or I think it did. Rogue launch on PS4 and Xbox One? I don't actually remember. I'm not sure, but basically that's kind of how it split. Have you ever visited the Batman Arkham subreddit? I did during the Suicide Squad video, because I wanted to show how much more popular the Arkham games are even today than than like Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League, which is supposed to be their new big thing. So yeah. People are still posting there a lot. Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy. Brian, thank you for subbing. Appreciate you. The voice of Megatron in the Transformers movies is also voiced by Dr. Claw. Oh, that's awesome. Black Flag remake without open world limitations. That's my hope. That's my hope, is that they strip out all those load screens and stuff. But who knows? Bethesda kind of showed that you can still do that in 2023 and have a successful game. So who knows? Who knows? Let's finish this out, and then we can check out the Disco Elysium drama.
We're in first person. And same thing, you know, when you cut through the waterfalls with your wings, you know, you get to see that part of the Banshee get wet, and you get to see the water kind of run off. Like, those kind of details, I think, would be really difficult to see. So we thought that, you know, third person for those moments was just like the perfect way to showcase that.
The switch between first and third person perspectives for mounts will likely have many people asking why Frontiers of Pandora couldn't offer the ability to switch between viewpoints at will. After all, Starfield developer Bethesda has long offered that choice in its RPGs. But Massive says that such a system is not simple to implement, as the two perspectives require very different approaches.
If you want to have high quality of both, you have to make a decision very early. And our decision was to go with first person.
Yeah, it's not as easy as just, we'll make a third person thing. Like, all of the animations for holding your gun, shooting your gun, interacting with objects, cutscenes, everything has to be basically doubled up when you do first person and third person. You can't just do one or the other. Or you can't do both without also doing both. You know, it's not as simple as people might think. So specializing on one or the other is often the way they go. And I think it's a very valid way of doing it sometimes. She's just clawing my titty. Just grabbing it. Are you comfy? Are you happy to be here? I'm happy you're here too. So I think this is really valid. And I mean, Bethesda sacrifices a lot to do like the third person and first person thing. When's the last time there was a really impressive series of animations for like a cutscene in first person and third person in any of Bethesda's games? Never. You know, like you compare just what they do in like Cyberpunk or Far Cry or anything during cutscenes when the character's actually walking around grabbing stuff, moving their hands. You can see the character crossing their arms and stuff. None of that happens in those Bethesda games, because if they were to do that, they'd have to double up all of those animations. So they just don't. Instead, you just kind of stand still doing nothing. Let's be honest. Tristan, also, thank you for the super chat. Very generous, my friend. Thank you. GTA 6, finally, the one game that I'm allowed to be hyped for and won't be roasted by Luke. Yeah, GTA, I mean, we'll see what they announce and what it looks like. The only thing I think that would warrant people being like, okay, now I'm worried, is if it is shown off and it's like backwards compatible with the PS4. That'll be a bummer, because there's only so much they can push the boundary on technologically if it's backwards compatible. And also if they were to like just immediately showcase a ton of really toxic monetization stuff, that would get me worried as well. So there's a couple things they could do that would make the red flags go, you know, but I think they'd have to like really try to screw this up, because again, Rockstar has just steadily and consistently hit the ball out of the park, and there's not a lot of reason right now to think that'll change.
Double the work. It may not be obvious, but it is. It's two different games, and we talked
an Epic exclusive, that would be funny,
about how in our game you can touch the world in different ways, also when you're harvesting or when you're hunting or just moving around. If you are third person, that becomes tiny little pixels touching tiny little pixels, and you don't get that particular sense of place and immersion that we really wanted this game to have.
By sticking to the first-person perspective, Massive has been able to focus on creating incredibly detailed, intricate animations that show the world of Pandora close up.
The tactility of being there in first person, of touch.
Oh, Miney! She stepped on the 0 key. Oh, God. Sorry, everybody. Hold on. Where were we? See, that was about the Banshee stuff.
In our game, you can touch the world in different ways, also when you have.
By sticking to the first-person perspective, Massive has been able to focus on creating incredibly detailed, intricate animations that show the world of Pandora close up.
The tactility of being there in first person, of touching things, of acknowledging it. As you go through a doorway, you know, you might put your hand on it as you sort of move through it. When you're harvesting, you grab the fruit, you know, as you twist the controller, the hand is in concert with what you do. And that sort of mimics the tactility that comes from that, and the connection and the increased immersion that comes from that is been a huge focus for us. And you know, with our mimetic harvesting systems, you know, pushing foliage aside, a very, very tactile experience, that all sort of meant first person was the way to go.
Putting the camera directly in the head of your protagonist comes with another benefit too. It really emphasizes just how tall a Na'vi is. Seriously, humans are like children in comparison.
That sense of scale, I think, is a really important thing for our game. The main enemies are humans, and some of the main combat spaces that you fight in are human spaces, so you really get to feel that scale difference. We worked so much with the sense of scale and trying to get that right, because it's not always as easy as you might think.
Being 3 meters tall or 10 feet or something, I think it's in Imperial, is a huge part of it. And that scale is something that's so fun. You go up to a foot soldier and they're quite small, and then you kick them or punch them and they go flying. And it's great fun and a great show of strength. The human environments, the RDA, the bad guys, they're built for human size. So often when you have to go into a control room, you have to like crouch down and you go through this tiny doorway and you really feel your size when you do that.
And so that's why Avatar Frontiers of Pandora is in first person. For more about the game, check out our hands-on preview, and for everything else, stick with...
Honestly, I think the game looks way better in this footage. I don't know if it's just that it's captured in 4K or if it's on PC or what, but all of this looks way better than even what we saw in like Joe Raptor's video or Mr. Magic Plays' video. So I think they've done a very good job refining it. And we'll see as we get closer to launch. I mean, I don't think it looks bad at all. There's a lot of questions about, you know, monotony and tedium and stuff. My questions are mostly related to the open world. I want to know how that works, and kind of what their approach was there, what their main goals were, but we'll see. Fingers crossed. Oh yeah, this. So I guess we could shift stories into this. I don't know actually what the like definitive thing. So I don't know which one to do. I'm kind of surprised the devs even addressed this concern from folks. That's encouraging. Yeah, I don't think they needed to dignify it with a response. Like, I really don't think this is that big of a deal. If somebody's going to be like, oh, well, Avatar looks great and I love the setting, the graphics look great, gameplay looks really good, but I'm not, I mean, no third person, I'm not playing it. Like, go dry up. Like, what are you talking about? Shut up. Hey, no, don't scratch. Thank you. Just like I'm marking this as mine. No one else can have it. Stefan, also, thank you. No way GTA 6 playable last gen. If announced in 2023, won't release until 2024. Expect at least one delay. Earliest 2025 release. Way out of PS4, Xbox One window. I agree. It's extremely unlikely, which is why, like, I would not put money on it being supported. But if they're also trying to like milk it for all the cash that it's worth, I could see them being like, oh yeah, well, there's already 100 million PS4s out there. We'll just put it out there. That's what people have been doing for the last 3 years as we've been in this generation. So we'll see. We'll see. Let's see. So basically covering the Disco Elysium. So let me see if I can pull up an article that's going to do a good job. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, does this Reddit post do a good job? We can watch this one.
As a guy,
we can check this out. Okay, so I guess we can run through this. Also, again, it looks like YouTube's struggling a little bit. So again, everybody, Twitch is not having any struggles at all. So if you want to join us over on Twitch, there at least are not stutters over there. I don't know why YouTube's struggling today. It seems really, really weird. I also forgot to change the title of the Twitch stream. Oops. Oops. Sorry, everybody. Hot dog. Here we go. So, if you've not heard through the years, through the ages, ad infinitum, there has been some drama surrounding the devs of Disco Elysium. Now, Disco Elysium itself is a game that I freaking love. Look at this old video from March of 22. So like a year and a half ago, basically. In the old studio, all the white lights. Ooh, I was trying to go crispy with this set. I don't know. This is a throwback. But basically, this video breaks it down why I love it so much. But the game is sort of a top-down isometric narrative RPG. It's very dialogue heavy. So if you don't like, a lot of reading and dialogue, you're not going to like the game, just straight up being honest. But if you do, it is one of the most well put together in terms of ambiance, in terms of world building, in terms of written dialogue, in terms of consequence within the narratives, different approaches being an RPG. There's just so many amazing things about it. It is awesome. Highly, highly, highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. With this, though, everybody praised it. It won all sorts of awards. It made millions and millions and millions of dollars. And then some news started to trickle out that there was potentially some drama, some scandals brewing within the game. And people weren't really clear on what it was that was going on, but it was then announced that the developers left the studio, like the main writers and stuff. They had gone away and nobody really knew why. They're like, wait, they founded a studio, had an amazingly successful game, and now they're leaving it? How does that make any sense? And so it just kept going. More information came out. And then there were allegations of toxic behavior. And then other people say that the IP was stolen by the CEO of the publishing company. And it just got really, really chaotic really, really quickly. Now, the definitive take and breakdown of this, in my opinion, don't worry, it's not my own video. Don't worry, I'm not about to do that. Is a documentary from People Make Games. This thing is 2.5 hours long. Okay. As much as I love long form content and stuff, I don't think it's reasonable for us to like break that down. Like in its entirety. What I think we're going to do is we're just going to go through their story recap of the first 7-8 minutes, describing basically what's happening. And then we'll offer thoughts and break it down beyond that. But all of this is very, very complicated, just to be very clear. There are debates as to who owns the IP. There are debates as to whether the developers should have been fired or if it was just a quick kind of scapegoat situation where they're like, we want to own the IP just for us. And so we're going to make up stuff that these guys were terrible people and we're going to fire them because of that, blah, blah, blah. We're going to break it all down. Okay. I think it's a very valid concern. There's a lot of very valid things being brought up here. And there's also a lot of stuff that I think is the potential for just drama. So we're going to try to sift through all of that. Okay. It's going to get messy. Real quick. Thank you, D Peterson, for the sub with Prime. Also shout out to Ali XX23. Thank you also for subbing with Prime over on Twitch. Much love, my friend. Let's see what we are dealing with here and what's going on with Disco Elysium.
In Estonia to find out what on earth has been happening with Disco Elysium.
I'm sorry to already start it. One of my dreams, I think that would be really, really cool, is if we could start doing big documentaries like this, where we actually like, hey, we want to know what's going on with Zaum and Disco Elysium. Let's fly to Estonia and figure out what's going on. Like, I think that would be so, so cool. Personally, maybe viewers wouldn't care that much, but maybe that's what we start like a Patreon fund for, is for developing some of these, like some of these projects and stuff. Maybe that's what we do. Because people are asking, would you start a Patreon to work on big projects? Maybe that's what we do. We start a Patreon for big documentary stuff. That'd be cool. Also, shout out to Solrock PT for subbing with Prime. Thank you, my friend.
In about an hour's time, I'll be heading into that building just behind me over there to sit in a courtroom and watch Robert Kurwitz, the game's lead writer, sue the very company he helped found in this city after since being ousted by the other shareholders. This story is messy. Disco Elysium, for those that don't know it, absolutely startled the games industry when it released in 2019. This booze-soaked avant-garde wonder that would go on to sell millions of copies, win a bucket load of awards, inspire a globe-spanning fandom, and even its own line of clothing. And yet, not long after the developers performed a well-deserved victory lap in the form of Disco Elysium: The Final Cut, everything seemed to come crashing down around them. The accusations surrounding this game's studio are, in a word, enormous, with its future, and indeed the future of Disco Elysium, very much at risk. And because of that, because the stakes are so high, we've thrown absolutely everything we can at our reporting in order to make sense of it all. We'll take you with us to 4 different cities in 3 different countries across 2 separate continents, as for a start, we confront Zaum's CEO over accusations that he's stolen Elysium from those who first dreamed it into existence. That's an interview with some difficult questions in it, especially when it comes to the topic of a hidden business partner previously convicted of major investment fraud. Now, some of you will have heard bits.
Like, this gets deep and dirty. So, again, the documentary is phenomenal. I recommend everybody watch the documentary if you're interested in this at all, because there's so many layers where there's somebody previously convicted of fraud that owns this part of this company and they're involved. So they think, well, he's committed fraud before, so maybe he's going to commit it here and stuff. Like, there's just so many little moving pieces. It gets really, really crazy. Spec Ops just gifted 5 memberships on YouTube, by the way. Shout out to Spec Ops. Thank you, my friend. Good to see you around here too. Yeah, wow, that's crazy. Thank you, my friend. Stefan, my understanding is that the IP has a lot of potential for peripheral media like movies and such, so it is plausible that outsiders had a great interest to own it. Messy situation. Well, and that's the thing. So there is a difference between like legally taking an IP away from somebody through legal processes and illegally doing it through fraud. There's a difference. And I think the question right now is a legal question within these Estonian courts. Shocker, I don't really know Estonian law. It's not an area of specialty for me. I have a lot of family members who are lawyers in the States, so I have a general idea of how most legal systems work in broad strokes and a much better idea here in the States specifically. But Estonian law is different than all of these other laws. I mean, even in the US, most corporations will found themselves out of Delaware. Whether you're Apple, whether you're like Trump University, whatever you are, you're going to go and found yourself out of Delaware because Delaware has case law that's really favorable for corporations. So everybody founds themselves in Delaware, even if they're based somewhere else. There's all these like little details where, depending on where you are, the laws would be more favorable to a company versus individuals and vice versa. So in the case of a company founded in Estonia, I don't know the individual details of it. However, what seems to be going on is that, for one, the IP has been taken from the person that wrote it and kind of created it. That seems pretty clearly to have happened, which sucks. You know, it's a bummer, of course, for that person. The question is whether that was valid, and that seems to be a real question. ISA, thank you also for 5 community subs on Twitch. My goodness, is it what I'm wearing again? Why are you guys being so generous? Is it because of the the Aud septic shirt. The out septic. Thank you, my friend. So like that's very unfortunate, of course, but the company is saying that he was ousted, the guy that created it was ousted because he was like extremely toxic, he was extremely sexist, he made it impossible to work with him, he was just a kind of nasty guy, and especially once the game came out, it became super successful, he became a total nightmare. Like, they say there's very valid reasons to have kicked him out. And so it would be like if, and this is just an analogy, I'm not saying this is the case, it would be like if Hideo Kojima all of a sudden was like kicked out and Sony owned the rights to Death Stranding, and he's like, this is ridiculous, I created Death Stranding, I should own the rights to it, I should be able to make the games, I should do this, I should be involved. And Sony's like, well, Kojima, we caught you eating like raw fish on your desk, and then you also had a collection of hamsters that you would use and spread out like peanut butter on toast and then eat them, and you'd pop little mice like sardines, and it made everyone really uncomfortable, and so we just don't think we should work together anymore. Like, whether you agree with it or not, they seemingly had valid reason to let him go, and so he was separated from the company and things changed. Well, it kind of happened with Konami. I guess, yeah, I could have, instead of making up an insane eating hamsters like sardines example, I could have said the thing that actually happened. Yeah, that does make more sense. Kinemetsky, I guess that, I guess that does make more sense. But yeah, I mean, Metal Gear Solid, that is a perfect example. Yeah, everybody's like, Luke, dumbass. No need for a hypothetical. It happened with him in Metal Gear. Yeah, it's a great example. It happened with him and Metal Gear precisely, where he goes to Konami, builds this amazing franchise, and then he's fired seemingly for valid legal reasons. And then as a result, he loses access to the franchise he helped create. It sucks, and fans, of course, aren't going to like it. And in the case of Kojima, it doesn't seem like there was any allegations of like actual serious misconduct. It just seems like they were saying he was really hard to work with, which let's be honest, I totally believe that Kojima was very hard to work with. But whatever the cause may have been, he was let go, and that changed the history of Metal Gear. And in this case, it's not just that these guys are hard to work with. The company's alleging that the developers and the creators involved with this that have been booted out are they're actually committing misconduct. It's actually a toxic workplace. They're treating employees poorly, and that's why they were fired. So, you know, it's hard to believe, hard to tell who to believe, because I think there's arguments for both sides that both sides have a vested interest in maybe stretching the truth a little bit. The company that now owns it, of course, they want to make the previous founders and owners look really bad because they will then retain ownership of it. But then the people who were booted out now really want to make the corporate guys look like they're just stealing it and they're arguing in bad faith, because then they can retain ownership of it. So you just never know who to believe. And it could be that there's a little bit of truth here, a little bit of truth there. They're both sort of telling half truths. And the answer usually in this stuff is somewhere in the middle. It's usually not as simple as just, yeah, these people are just making up everything and stealing everything from them. This isn't Tiger King, okay? It's not Tiger King.
This already, and for those who haven't, we'll catch you up as well, don't worry. But in short, there's a compelling narrative here that the original creators of Disco Elysium may have had both their studio and their life's work pulled out from under them by crooked businessmen hungry for profit. That's an infuriating prospect, and it's led many within the games community to feel it's now their responsibility to fight back against the forces of capitalism on behalf of Kurvitz and the others who've been fired. We saw this most recently in the very negative response to a recent disco patch which introduced a new collage mode to the game, for example. But is it all as straightforward as that? Because here's a complication we'll also need to explore. I've now spoken to 16 Zaum employees, past and present, some of whom have been there since the very beginning and whose contributions to Disco Elysium have been immense, and a significant number of them have described Kurvitz in particular as having been a damaging presence within the studio, who was fired not because of some great conspiracy amongst Zaum's other shareholders, but because his behaviour left the company no other choice. It's our job to talk about that as well. And
first of all, a little bit of skill in the leads. Oh, so this is a message to Robert Kurvitz. Leads me, I'm very happy to discuss these things with you. First of all, a little bit, it was Disco Elysium. It was a Disco Elysium leads meeting, and you are not the lead of any Disco Elysium project. Also, that Patrick was leading it, and you had zero respect for the structure. I had to come in and defend it. You're very important for us to start doing Disco Elysium 2, hence the acceptance of your long vacation, and we will only do Disco Elysium 2 if you want to. We know now that it's not possible to raise money through the industry for a company that operates like the Zelm from the Merheve time, maybe, I don't know. Together, we will have to try to build a company that not only looks, but also is professional. But that's not what yesterday's lead meeting was. It was back to the Merheve chaos. Main points, in case we don't find a chance to discuss before my holiday. You're certainly very good, a very good Elysium writer, but you're also a rather difficult person to work with. Cash is the lead on epic skills, and you can only work on it if Cash wants you to write something. And you have to follow his orders just like any other writer. The way you ignored him at the meeting yesterday is unfortunate bully behavior, the same kind of bully behavior that you've been in for a year, not communicating with him. People notice things like that, and we with Kaur and Ilmar have promised that we will never tolerate or allow that kind of behavior in the company, not by any person, whether he is a shareholder or not. So it just sounds like, from this allegation from Dennis Havel, it sounds like he's just, Robert Kurvitz is perhaps just very difficult to work with, and eventually they got fed up with it, booted him, and now he's crying foul. When it seems like they gave him many chances. At least in this email thread, it implies that they're giving him many chances to fix it and rectify it.
Eventually, take those allegations to Robert Kurvitz and...
Weren't the company founders avowed communists? Isn't this just returning the means of production to the workers? That's funny. Yeah, kind of.
The others who've been fired.
This is Kurvitz.
Him. Now, I know it's tempting to try and understand this story purely in terms of heroes and villains. Of course it is. But from my perspective at least, there's maybe more to it than just that, which is perhaps fitting given that we're talking about Disco Elysium after all, whose characters are layered and almost always flawed and rarely just one immovable thing. So let's begin with the accusations that have already been made publicly by both sides. That's a good starting point before we then head into court. In October of 2022, Martin Luiger, a longtime friend of Robert Kurvitz and a former Zelm employee, published this post on Medium with the title, "The Dissolution of the Zelm Cultural Association." We'll get into what that's referring to later on in the video, but for now, here's the handful of words that would lead to things escalating very, very quickly. While referring to Zelm, as in the company, Martin writes, "I would note that neither Kurvitz, Hindper, nor Rostov are working there since the end of last year, and their leaving the company was involuntary." That's referring to Robert Kurvitz, the lead writer and lead designer for Disco Elysium and a shareholder in Zelm, Alexander Rostov, the game's art director and again one of the company's shareholders, and Halin Hindper, who was not a shareholder but was a writer on Disco Elysium and then became lead writer on an expanded version of the game called Disco Elysium: The Final Cut. These three leaving Zelm came as a huge shock to Disco fans who'd assumed they were busy working away on the game's sequel. But that word, involuntary, it suggested even bigger problems.
Yeah, and when you hear this, I think we all immediately go, especially when you just play Disco Elysium and it's all about, like, you know, power dynamics. It's about the people versus the powers that be and you know, corporations overstepping. Like, it's thematically very in line with what you would expect for Disco Elysium. And so when you hear this, you think, oh, so they were pushed out and like robbed of their studio, robbed of the IP, and it's not their fault. Because we never want to assume that people we like the work of could be responsible. Miney's having a good time. Could be responsible for maybe some poor behavior. But in some cases, it can be the case that somebody you might have liked turns out to be kind of a dick. You know, it can be kind of surprising when you hear that, but it's like when you see those videos of Harrison Ford acting horrible to fans and you're like, oh, but I liked him and I like Han Solo and I like Indiana Jones. Why is he being such a prick? And he's just like nasty to people. And it turns out, well, I mean, he's not the characters he plays. Shocker, right? He can be kind of a nasty guy sometimes. It happens.
Had the three of them been fired? Confirmation eventually came via Kurvitz and Rostov, who released a joint statement claiming that Zaum's CEO, Ilmar Kompus, had illegally snatched control of the company by using Zaum's own money, somehow to buy out another shareholder unbeknownst to them. He may well end up in prison for doing so, they point out.
Okay, so they say that he allegedly used money within the company to buy out another owner. I would assume that thus giving him personally, not the company, but him personally, the majority of shares outstanding. And therefore then he was in control of the company and then could kick them out even though they were minority shareholders. He could then kick them out probably because of the initial formation agreement, and therefore, you know, he owns the company now. But they're arguing that he did it with money that wasn't his. That was the company's. This is mostly like, this sounds like it's just going to come down to little bitty details in the paperwork of like the founding agreements and stuff. I've founded a handful of companies in my time. And in all of those formation documents and stuff, you'll have outlined, okay, this is how we distribute funds from the company to the owners. We do it quarterly. We like the decision for how much money is removed and distributed is made by the majority of shareholders. It's voted on, blah, blah, blah. And you break it down. If no agreement is met, then you keep negotiating. Otherwise, no money is pulled. Like all of these things are spelled out very precisely in these operating agreements and foundation documents. So I would assume it works the same in Estonia, because I don't know why it wouldn't. So I would guess that this is something that could be resolved relatively quickly in court. And by relatively quickly, I mean in court, nothing's fast. So it's probably still going to take a year or two. But this all sounds like something where there's clear answers written in the documents, and it's just going to be a matter of getting that information in front of the judge.
Here's a direct quote from their post. Our firing came weeks after we started asking for documents and financial data, which is still being kept from us. Zaum released its own official statement to the press, accusing Kurvitz and Rostov of lying about what happened and listing its own reasons for their firings.
And they also outline limited to no engagement in their responsibilities and work, including not working at all for almost 2 years while still being paid by the studio, and forcing colleagues to compensate for their lack of effort. If that's true, that's rough. I mean, it does make sense. You released one of the most popular games of the year. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, you're like a mini celebrity and you made a bunch of money. You're like, wow, I'm all that in a bag of chips. And they apparently just stopped working, allegedly, according to the company. Creating a toxic work environment that is antithetical to the Zaum culture and team productivity. Misconduct in interacting with other colleagues that includes verbal abuse and gender discrimination, and attempts to illegally sell to other gaming companies Zaum's intellectual property with the aim of undermining the rest of the team. So they're alleging that they were potentially taking like Disco Elysium to other companies to see about doing a sequel, which I think is something they describe later in the documentary, is that Kurvitz and those guys were trying to go to other studios and publishers and stuff to do a sequel when they didn't own the rights to it. Zaum owns the rights to the IP. And like the risky thing with this is that their complaints and everything might be very, very valid. And their frustrations are certainly very, very real. But there's like another question of whether, like, you don't have to like the reality that's presented before you. You don't have to like that the company owns the IP and that now you don't own the company or the majority of the company anymore, so therefore you don't own the IP. Like, it sucks, yeah, but that's what happens when you sell the IP or the IP is created within a company structure that owns the IP. Like, this is just how it works. I know it sucks because, of course, they would like to still own it. It's their baby. They worked very, very hard on it. But this type of thing just can happen. And unfortunately, it seems like this, again, this is why it gets so messy, because somebody's lying, or at least both people are partially lying. You know, there's no situation where everything that's being alleged is true by both sides at the same time. It seems like, and if you watch the whole documentary, it does seem like there is a decent amount of evidence suggesting that these allegations are mostly true. if not completely true. The question is, okay, well then does that justify these people being fired and removed from the company? And that's something where you can kind of decide for yourself. What I will tell you is if I was running a company and a business and I had an employee, no matter how skilled and talented they were, if they were trying to sell to other gaming companies our intellectual property, if they were engaging in gender discrimination and verbal abuse, if they were creating a toxic work environment and treating people poorly, and if they were not working for almost 2 years, I would fire them so quickly. Like, zero doubt. And they're able to say pretty confidently through these interviews and stuff that that was probably all true, that they were not exactly the hardest workers. The work environment was pretty toxic. As you can see, like, they have interviews with a lot of other devs who are able to back up a lot of these ideas that Robert Kurvitz was pretty tough to work with and pretty nasty at times. And then they interview Robert and Rostov and Helen and everything, and they offer their side of the story. But the main takeaway is that it's just extremely, extremely messy. As this one, Rev, says, 2 things can be true at once. Robert can be a creative genius that is a bully and a terrible boss to work under. And 2, Ilmar, which is the, it's this guy, the CEO of Zaum, that they're saying stole everything away. 2, Ilmar, along with the other shareholders, stole the company from right under Robert and Rostov's noses, and are using these claims of bullying to make their firing look less suspicious. I mean, yeah. It depends on what you mean by stole the company. Like, it's, for them, they could look at it and be like, yeah, we can fire him and then get access to the whole IP and we'll own it ourselves. But also, why would they want to get rid of, like, the most valuable members of their team? You know, like, after the game has already launched and most of the sales have come in. Like, this is the kind of thing that Ubisoft was accused of doing the opposite of. Ubisoft allegedly had a lot of talented designers that they really liked that were engaging in toxic behavior, discrimination. They were just nasty people. It's the same thing at Activision Blizzard and everything. We've heard it all many times before. And they intentionally did not fire them because they didn't want to give up the talent, right? They wanted to keep those people on the teams. So they kind of buried it. They kind of covered it up, allegedly. And in the case of Zaum, it seems like there was this toxic behavior and stuff, and they actually fired them. And now it's totally blown up in their face, of course. They I guess, own the IP. But now the fan base is super pissed. Now everybody's like, should I even buy the game now? Because the money's going to go to these guys that stole it away. Like, either way, it seems like there was not a clear answer that would have made everybody happy or been a win-win for everybody. You fire the toxic people, and then people accuse you of stealing the company away. And then you also, like, if you don't fire him, then you're accused of harboring a guy that's engaging in gender discrimination, is super toxic, refuses to work. So there's just a bad spot to be. So, and that's why I'm saying, like, if both of these things are true, which I don't think everything that both sides are saying can be true at the same time. But if these 2 bullet points are true, that he's a creative genius that's a prick and is a bad worker, employee, and really toxic as a manager. If that's true, and it's true that they saw this app as an opportunity to take the IP away, like, everybody loses. You know, nobody won. The company doesn't win because now their IP is worth way less than it was before they fired everybody. And of course, the guys that were fired now have to go away. I think there's other debates right now with, like, non-compete clauses in their contracts and stuff, which they're negotiating in court to see if they can get away and go do something, make another game or something. But it's just, the whole thing is really, really messy. Yeah, as long as they sort out the non-competes, I could see Robert Kravitz signing a deal with another publisher and getting money. He's like, yeah, I made Disco Elysium. You're going to give me millions of dollars and I'm going to make another extremely successful video game franchise. Just give me money and time and a team. And he'd probably be able to do it. But then again, a lot of those other publishers are going to look at this stuff, these allegations, and be like, okay, well, I mean, do we really want to associate with you now? Yeah, it's just, the whole thing is so messy out of absolute nowhere. At this point, life isn't a win-win anymore. At the end, someone loses, or everyone loses. Yeah, probably. Hi, Luke Skepta Stevens. I'm good, Yoav. Good to see you. Allegedly. Allegedly. Everything's allegedly. Hey there, sorry to interrupt this video section, but thank you for doing what you're doing and being the awesome bro you are. Have a good weekend. You are awesome too. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for coming by. Appreciate you, my friend. Much love. Much love. I mean, we're at a situation with this particular topic where there is no clear answer. There's a lot of allegations being thrown around and nobody really knows precisely what the truth is. What everybody seems, except for, I don't know if Robert Kravitz would agree that he's toxic and is not a good coworker and stuff. But what everybody other than Robert seems to agree on is that he's not great to work with. He's pretty toxic, and he was a great writer that actively harmed the development of the game. Everybody seems to agree on that. And then everybody else seems to say that the CEO of Zaum saw this as an opportunity with his toxic behavior. They saw this as an opportunity to go in and take the company over. And whether that was a smart choice or a bad choice, who can say? It seems to me like if he was damned if he did, damned if he didn't. If he took the company away and fired Robert Kravitz, this situation happens and the IP has lost value. And now he's fighting a legal battle and it's all just a mess. And then if he didn't kick him to the curb, he'd be accused of harboring like a toxic guy and making a toxic workplace and everything. So there's just no great solution. Everything's bad. Everything sucks. At the end of the day, everything sucks. Everything's bad. So I guess to answer the question that started this whole segment, should you buy Disco Elysium right now? Honestly, I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. It's still a mess. So if you're uncomfortable with it, I would say just like buy a secondhand copy or buy it off of like G2A or something where the copy already has been purchased and exists. So they aren't getting any more money. They're just, the key is being transferred basically. That would be my suggestion. The game itself is amazing. And I think the game itself can be enjoyed. Like many pieces of art, I think you can enjoy the artwork independent of the artist. So I'm not too concerned personally, with that, but that's just something for you to answer for yourself, of course. Just because I'm comfortable with it doesn't mean that you will be comfortable with it. And that's totally fine. Okay. End of segment, Jacob. Spin move. End of segment. Yeah, what a mess. What an absolute mess. Hey, oh, she's eating. Okay, I thought she was scratching on stuff again. It's like, please don't scratch. I'm still blown away at how massive the Boogie documentary got. It's still blowing me away. It's still blowing away. It's at like 2.5 million views. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It's always funny how people call you Luke Steffens. Yeah. Oh, in person, it happens all the time. Yeah. Best holiday games, Luke Stevens, go. At this point, I would toss like Hogwarts Legacy, Batman Arkham Origins, and honestly, Disco Elysium. Probably. I'd toss those in there. Where's the fidget spinner? Right here, baby. Right here. It's always here. Ooh, baby. Look at that. Look at that. Muna made an interesting video on Boogie. Oh, did he? Or did he just kind of recap the documentary? I saw that he made a video on it. I didn't know if he actually offered anything original to it, though. Might even be like on my recommended. I don't know. I think it was the nail in the coffin of the idea that Boogie is a wholesome video gamer. I remember when he had the persona and some refused to let it go. Yeah. At the very least now, I'm of the mind that like the Boogie that I grew up watching a lot of, he's been gone for a while. This Boogie that we have now is just very different and kind of sad and pathetic. And it just doesn't really make a lot of sense. The whole thing is really weird.
Video.
Let's see. Boogie 2988 is completely pathetic. Is this video?
Games, movies, and whatnot. See, these guys were from a time almost 20 years ago at this point, okay? Not 20 years ago, but 10 to 20, okay? Almost 2 decades. And these were some of the first people on the internet as micro-celebrities. See, back in the day, it was kind of baffling to think that you could upload videos on the internet and make money out of them and sustain a living, let alone an entire business even in some people's cases. Obviously, YouTube has evolved to the point where some of the biggest celebrities in the world are starting to come from here or TikTok or other places. People that are known internationally by millions, if not billions. But of course, Boogie 2988 was one of those people that was there in the beginning. Now, everyone falls off the internet. It's not uncommon, you know.
Yeah, when's the last time you saw a YouTube video from 17 years ago? Like early YouTube. That 49-second video probably took like an hour and a half to upload. You know, these are early YouTube videos. But like this was Boogie at his peak. It was just wholesome content. Wholesome, seemed like a sweet, innocent guy. He apparently was able to keep it pretty well hidden. Since seeing the documentary and everything, it's come to my attention. Some people have found like his accounts from forums back in this period, even back in like 2006, 7, 8, 9. And he would go on forums and like the pretty horrible stuff. like all sorts of forums and subreddits and stuff for like hardcore pornography and stuff. Like he was, I don't think he was ever the super innocent guy he portrayed himself to be, but he was able to portray himself that way. And I don't know if it's just because he seemed like sweet and the videos were short enough that he could just be very, very cutesy. I don't know, but yeah.
I think being lucky enough to do this in the first place is already the reward. Obviously, nobody's a Simpsons or Family Guy and lasts forever. But Boogie is one of those cases where not only has he fallen off, but he's cratered to the center of the goddamn planet. And it's all because Boogie himself is a liar. Boogie.
Yeah, I mean, Boogie has a difficult relationship with the truth, especially recently, it seems. There's a lot of stuff that gets mixed in and out, and it's all seemingly built around trying to make you feel bad for him, which I've had friends like this, and I'm sure you guys have had friends like that too, where like they seem obsessed with having attention, whether that's positive or negative. You know, like if I get attention, I'd like it to be positive. Like, oh, Luke, you made a really good video. Good job. That kind of attention I'm okay with. Like I'm happy with that. But I've had friends that will like, they'll pretend like they're drug addicts, or they'll pretend like in high school, I knew one guy who would come in and act like he, you know, was so brooding and down low, and people would talk to him and he's like, be like, oh yeah, I did a lot of coke last night and I'm just fried. Cause he thought that made him look cool. And he liked the attention of being the guy with all those problems, you know? And there's people like that behave that way. And Boogie seems like he works the same way, where he thrives on attention, positive or negative, but it seems like he's addicted also to negative attention specifically, which is really, really weird. Unlucky Leader, I did not watch the Golden Joystick Awards. It's one of the worst things ever. Why? Was it just super cringy? I bet it was cringy. Let me know why. If it's worth watching, we can check it out. Icy Dicey, Pathological Liars, but loved all the attention and soaked it up. Yeah, and I think everybody I've ever known that is like this grew up in households where the only way they could get attention from their parents was if something was wrong. Like when things were going well, they're just like, okay, yeah, good job, good grades, whatever. And they wouldn't really say much about it. But if they were in trouble, they got the actual attention they wanted. So from the time they were little, they were obsessed with getting attention, and the only way they knew how to get it was by being in trouble, having things go wrong, stuff like that.
Boogie himself is a manipulator, and he's somebody that I think is probably one of the most awful peoples on this platform. And the reason why I'm saying it is because Boogie has had a history of contradictions, of lies, of manipulating his fans into thinking that he's this broke, financially crippled individual, when in reality, he's just too scared of giving up the life of luxury that he currently still clings on to, just so that he can hold on just a little bit longer. And we'll actually coming through a lot of contradictions through this video. It's going to be long, so sit back, relax, grab.
I mean, I'm down to check it out. Saying he's one of the worst people on the platform, I think is a very high bar. Like, there's a lot of really terrible people on YouTube, and some of them are massive creators with like millions of views on every single video, and they're just horrible people. And so Boogie, to me, is lower on the list, but maybe he can convince me otherwise. Like, DSP is still on the platform, and you're going to say Boogie's one of the worst. Like, maybe he's up there with DSP. I don't know. But, like, that's a high bar. I guess convince me, Mutahar. Convince me.
Grab a cup of coffee and talk about it. One of the reasons why I'm even talking about it, too, is because Boogie's the kind of guy that, during discussions, he'll just start messaging my wife, which absolutely still...
Oh, this is what he was talking about. I saw this tweet where he said, please don't message my wife if you're having issues with me. That's really sad and pathetic. And as a grown-ass man, you should know better. If I don't respond back, it's because I don't want to. Don't involve my family into nonsense. This is a YouTuber doing this, by the way, not some deranged fandom. I didn't know who this was about. I thought maybe this was some crap with like a spat with Leafy or something. I don't know. I was just like... Who could he be talking about? But he was talking about Boogie. Okay, it's pretty bad. If you like, can you imagine Mutahar calls you out? And so I message his wife. Like, what? What? Mutahar, I didn't like the video you made about me. So I'm going to message your wife and ask her to tell you to stop. Like, what? It just doesn't make any sense.
Still disgusts me to this day. For the last 48 hours, I've still been pretty mad about that, but we'll get to all that in a little bit. One of the catalysts for this is something that Boogie is promoting, his own documentary, The Dark Sad Life of Boogie 2988, which is not on his channel. It's on a channel from somebody known as Mike Klum, who has produced this 55-minute documentary, pretty much putting Boogie in front of the world, in front of the actual normal audience, and showing that he is somebody that doesn't want to be helped. He just wants to be a professional goddamn victim. So let's actually look through a few highlights of this documentary, and I'll build upon things that I feel need further context. Now, Boogie has a history of financial problems on the platform, and he talks about how he actually only has $2,700 left in his bank account.
Oh, is Mutahar going to call this out? We talked about this when we checked out the initial opening of the documentary, where I think it was just a misunderstanding on the documentarian's part. But when Boogie says he's broke and doesn't have any money to his name, because he's like, if you take all my assets and subtract my liabilities and debts and stuff, I don't think I actually have any money. I think I'm completely zeroed out. My net worth is zero. And that's not true. According to Boogie's own numbers that are put on screen, he has about $130,000 to $160,000 in positive net worth, in actual equity. But he's never gonna, like, he doesn't want to sell his house, because to sell his house, the only way he could do it is if he sold his house and then he moves into like a 1-bedroom apartment with very low rent, and he just doesn't want to do that. So he just refuses to.
And his actual mortgage on his home is currently at $183,000.
63.
According to when this documentary was filmed. Now, obviously, I'm kind of surprised. I think Boogie should have been able to pay off a $250,000 mortgage. From what I understand, his $250,000 crib.
Hey, my name is Boogie2988, and this is my $250,000 home.
It's crazy to me that, I mean, it's a nice house. It's a nice house. It's pretty big, seemingly, too. I don't know. I don't actually know if he has a basement. So maybe it's not that crazy. I was going to say, like here where I live, a $250,000 house is like a 1 or 2 bedroom townhome. And then like, other than that, maybe you can get half of a duplex, maybe, or like a condo or something. But like a house for $250K is not a thing here. This house where I live, and I live in one of the cheaper areas in northern Colorado, This house in my neighborhood would probably still be like 400,000. Like it's just crazy. But Arkansas stuff's cheaper, man.
How he hasn't been able to do that after the amount of money that he's earned on the platform is beyond me. Now, Boogie will say that he didn't really earn a lot of money on the platform.
Right. So in 2 or 3 months, you made as much as I made off 17 years on the platform to some degree. Like as much as I was able to save after everything, right? And I never made the...
Wait, in what?
Money on the platform.
Right. So in 2 or 3 months, you made as much as I made off 17 years on the platform to some degree. Like as...
To some degree? Well, it's either true or it's not. Like, what do you mean to some degree? Tom Dark has had a lot of... Or Turkey Tom, rather, has made a lot of very popular videos that I'm sure have made a lot of money. But to say that he's made as much as Boogie, like I think Boogie probably in his lifetime has made over $1 million off of YouTube.
As much as I was able to save after everything, right? And I never made the kind of money you guys think I did because I just struck my fame way too early on the platform, and the money wasn't there back then. The money's there now, but it wasn't then. I've never made $70,000 or $1,000. You know what my biggest monthly paycheck on YouTube was? Not including sponsors, about $17,000. Including sponsors, the most I ever made in a month was about $30K.
So
that'll still do though. Imagine complaining about getting a $30,000 paycheck, or I only made my best month. I only made $17,000 in a month. What? Only? Like what? You know, like, oh no, I'm so sorry. You're right. I'm gonna take down my video. I'm so sorry. It's man, this is why when people are like, you get out of touch, things can go badly. And it seems like this is a prime example of being quite out of touch, and it's not going well. Sure ain't. It's talking like they're pennies. Yeah, well, and it's like I think what he's trying to say is like, Turkey Tom, you're acting as though I made all of this crazy money on the platform because you're comparing it to what you make. And I'm trying to tell you that when I had big view counts, ad revenue was not where it was or where it is today. And I never made that much money. And so he's trying to say, compared to you, I'm not making that much, or I didn't make that much, which is true. I mean, Turkey Tom, I think he just said that he would have made about $70,000 in a single month. And that's very believable. With some of Turkey Tom's big videos that did like 3-4 million views in a month, I'd believe that he could take in $70K in a month. It's not a shocker to me. Tom makes like 70,000. Yeah, I think if he has a couple of videos pop off and do really well, I'd buy that because his view counts are just crazy high. And so, yeah, I mean, I would agree with Boogie that Turkey Tom's perspective is probably slightly off. A lot of people also make the mistake of looking at like sub counts and thinking, if you have 4 million subs and I only have 1 million subs, at 1 million subs, I'm making 70 grand a month. Therefore, if you have 4K or 4 million subs, you must be making $280,000 a month. And that's not true. It's all about view counts. You can have a 4 million sub channel that's getting 10,000 views a video and you're not making more than 2 grand a month. You know, like you're still making more than like minimum wage, potentially, but you know, it's not the same. Sub counts don't matter. It's all about views. And Turkey Tom gets very good views. Certainly better than Boogie.
So this is how to catch a contradiction 101. When Boogie just claimed that he made $30,000 with sponsors on his best month, even if you took the annual earning, like you multiply that by 12, which you should never do. Obviously, your peak month is your peak month. You're going to have off months. But again, if you went with the most utopian earning model, you would look at $360,000 pre-taxed. According to this documentary, which, again, he gave the producer Mike Klum full access to his financials, allegedly, 2018, he made $498,000 US. So, again...
It also doesn't count his streaming stuff. Boogie in 2018 was streaming a lot, and like a lot. It's what got him into a lot of trouble. And he had a lot of subs, a lot of donos and tips and stuff come in. So I could see that being a lot of the money coming in as well. That wouldn't shock me.
putting that up with his income, putting that up with the mortgage that he had on.
Wasn't CPM way better back then, though? Not, perhaps in the gaming space, maybe, but I think for most people today, the CPMs are higher than they've ever been. There's more ads played on every video. There's more ads played passively, like everywhere. It's just not the same, you know? It's just not the same.
On his house, it should have been paid for. Because, ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest here, okay? It's insane. This person has seen such a massive earnings drop-off in 2019, 2020, 21, 22, that he should have absolutely accounted for some serious rumbling in his financials. Maybe this is when you should have started downsizing. But then, let's see what Boogie is careful on spending money in. According to this documentary, he has spent over $200,000 on escorts, basically sugaring. Sugaring, if you don't know, is the act of basically finding women online who have a financial relationship with you. You take them out on nice dates, you buy them nice things, and there's an expectation of sexual reward at the end of it for the person doing the purchasing. The sugar daddy and the sugar baby relationship.
Oh, it's so great hearing somebody. Yeah, the sugar baby. Sugar baby. Sup, Rocky? Cooper, I do play indie games. I just don't typically make them into videos on the main channel because, hey, Miney, excuse me. Because the indie games just, the videos on them unfortunately don't perform. And I got bills to pay. So it just doesn't really work. I'll do them on the live streams. We'll talk about them on the live channel and stuff, but main channel stuff, indie stuff, just typically, there's some exceptions, but typically they don't perform very well.
So again, this is what this guy spends his money on. His financial ruin was caused because he believes he should be able to fuck LA 10s instead of the Arkansas 8s, as he claims in that documentary. But again, this is just Boogie and how he views the people around him. He doesn't look at relationships like a normal human being. He looks at a relationship in the same sense of like a pure transaction. And when it comes to his money, he is his own destructive person on that regard. He had the money. He threw it all away. One of the most egregious things in this situation.
I mean, there is no debating that. And Boogie would probably agree. Like spending $200K on escorts. We'll use the PC term. $200K on escorts while your financial situation is crumbling. Like, because 2018, 19, 20, 21, all during that period on escorts, his YouTube channel was plummeting. So you'd think he would take that money and be like, oh my God, I need to not spend it there. I need to spend it on things that are like pay off my house. I need to like save money, or I need to downsize, move and like get somewhere where I'm not paying $2,000 a month for that. But he did not.
Is him admitting to throwing his life and money away in cryptocurrency. So listen to this part from the documentary. It's baffling.
Money comes in, money goes out. For the longest time, my ex-wife handled that shit, but then I got divorced. I don't know where my money is. I don't know what it's doing. The only thing I've ever done with it is I threw it into crypto and then lost a shitload of it. Well, here's everything. If you want to see, there's 2,000.
So he starts with $750,000 apparently sitting in liquid savings. He puts basically all that money into cryptocurrency because he had a friend known as McJuggernuggets at the time, according to him, where he actually talked about putting money into cryptocurrency. So this nearly 50-year-old man thinks that putting money into the most volatile fucking currency is a smart choice. Now again, this is the guy that bragged to people that he actually is crypto rich all of a sudden, right? Like one day he's like, I'm finally rich. How crypto made me rich. Listen to this one.
It was a very stupid, risky maneuver, but I invested pretty much everything I had.
And again, if you ever, I've been through this 1,000 times, if you ever find yourself saying the words invest and crypto in the same sentence, sell everything, pull your money out. For the love of God, you don't know what you're doing. Buying crypto is by definition not investing. So if you think it is, you are so ill-equipped, you need to go somewhere else. Like for your own sake, not official financial advice, but for the love of God, go get help.
into cryptocurrency. And I pulled it out a couple of times and I put it back in a couple of times. So I probably didn't do as well as I could have, but I invested all the way back here. And yeah, that's where we currently are with that market. So to say that I doubled my money is an understatement. In fact,
All right. So
Also, such a cringy video too. Like, can you? I cannot imagine being like, "Hey guys, look at this thing I did." For one, also like, I have investments that I use. I have brokerage accounts. I use an app called Composer, which is like a really cool app for automated trading, so it removes human emotion out of it. You can just set up rules, and it's like, when the RSI on the S&P 500 drops below this point, we do this, and when it's above that point, do this, and if the trending market over the last 10 days drops by this percentage, sell all of this and buy treasuries. You know, I can set up whole rules and systems of it. And like, I have a system that works very well, that generates pretty consistent returns, knock on wood, and it's been very, very good for me. I think I've in the last 3 months, I've gained like 70% of my portfolio value just in sheer gains. I'm not going to share that publicly, because if I do, everyone else will know about it, and therefore the strategy will be less valuable to me. Of course, it'll be diluted and traded down. And then also, who cares? You know, like, if we're doing a finance channel, then yeah, I can see why people would care. But like, he's a gaming YouTuber and he's making a video flexing about how much his crypto is worth more now. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, invest in Enron. That is official financial advice. Yeah, get on right now. Try to buy some Enron.
So he literally admits to just straight up gambling his money, and he won for a little bit too. Now, instead of pulling that money out, he just basically let it fester and turn into nothing overnight. Now, anybody could tell you that putting money into cryptocurrency, such a volatile currency, was a stupid decision anyways. But Boogie actually won and still lost. Now, Boogie made a video a year after that where he said, "I need your help," where he actually had to go around and tell people, yeah, I lost all my money and I might have to go, oh God, get a fucking job? Oh no, how dare that? Listen to this one.
I feel good. I feel good. And I'm excited to do it again. The bad reason is I'm finally in a position where I have to get back to work. And I'm not making any excuses here. You know, I spent a tremendous amount of money on dumb things.
Hookers.
But the biggest issue is that I had a nice big nest egg. I took some financial advice from a friend, and I'm not pointing fingers necessarily. I took the advice.
I'm not pointing fingers. A friend of mine suggested I invest everything into crypto.
I'm not pointing fingers. But let me tell you exactly who's to blame for this. Yeah, I'm not pointing fingers, but my cat Hermione is responsible for all of it. But again, I'm not pointing fingers. Like, oh no, Luke, you spilled your coffee. No, I'm not pointing fingers, but my cat did it. Like, you're pointing fingers though. Like, what? You just did the thing. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Okay. So you're not pointing fingers, but you just did. Like, see, that's the level of hypocrisy that I like to call out in this situation, because he's just guilty of so many points of that.
But I put my money in the crypto market in the wrong section, and I pretty much lost most of everything. That sucks. That really sucks. It is what it is, though. I mean, like, I've come to terms with.
And yeah, you might be wondering, oh my God, should I feel bad for this situation? No, because even after losing all of that money, Boogie still has money saved over from those losses. That $30,000 something worth of crypto, according to his account, it actually exists in his balance as an asset. Now, even after losing all of that money, Boogie still apparently has $30,000 in assets remaining in cryptocurrency. Now, I looked up the average salary of his state, which apparently is Arkansas, $48,000 a year, okay? To give you an idea, most people don't have $30,000 in their savings at any given moment, because the cost of living these days is so fucking high that you earn the money right now yearly, and all of it goes to bills, all of it goes to sustaining yourself. People live paycheck to paycheck.
And this is why when Boogie was like, I'm basically bankrupt, it's like, it's like you're not though. Like you have $100,000+ in equity in your house that if you sold it today would just go straight to your bank account, and you have $30,000 in crypto still. So worst case scenario, we're at 130,000, and he has $30,000 in random collectibles. So $160,000 in assets. If he sells his house, then he's good. Then he goes, he can go and rent a 1-bedroom apartment. He can do that. But there's all sorts of weird, random little stuff with Boogie. Like I mentioned, he has a roommate that he's lived with for 20+ years that he never really mentions. But like apparently his roommate doesn't pay rent. He doesn't make his roommate pay rent. But when, like, I did see a clip somebody sent where he was asked, why don't you just move to like a 1-bedroom apartment? He's like, no, we'd have to have a 2-bedroom because I've got to bring, I think his name is Chris. So you got to bring Chris with me. It's like, bro, you're going broke actively. Like, at least have him pay rent. Like, what is happening? Like, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I don't know. The whole Boogie thing is just so strange and so weird because I feel like you know, there's been a little bit of a wake up for a lot of people. And for me, I used to watch so much Boogie way back when. And so to just see now, like, to see it now, I'm just very blown away by it. It's all just crazy. So I remember thinking very differently about Boogie than I do now. And so it's just kind of sad to be like, was he always like this? Or is this new? You know? Like, did I change or did he change? Or did we just get more information? Like, what's happening? You know? It's weird. Cute cat. Yeah, she thinks so too. She's a pretty good cat. Oh, you gotta clean yourself up? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no updates on the other cat, unfortunately. He hopefully is just wandering around and he'll find his way back someday, or we'll see him while driving through town. We've tried a lot, but still no luck. Fingers crossed he finds his way back home. That's what we're all hoping for. I don't know why YouTubers move to insanely expensive places when they can buy the same house in another area for a fraction of the price. It's the same thing where people think that when you're rich, automatically, okay, all my problems are solved. But inevitably what people do when they get a little taste of money is they go and they buy the like mansion, and then they buy the $100,000 car, and then they start buying Rolexes, and they start buying super expensive clothes, and all of a sudden they're just as financially strapped as they were before, because they went from spending $10 a t-shirt to $100 a shirt. And instead of $50 shoes, now they're paying for $500 shoes. And instead of having a $10,000 car, they're driving a $100,000 car. And so they are making way more money, but they just again expand and overstretch once again. So they don't actually end up well ahead. Yeah. Oh, hi. Well, it's good to see you. Would you recommend a duplex or a triplex for first home buyer? Of course, not official financial advice. It mainly just depends on your area. It's just frankly different. If you're going to be managing it yourself, I'd say if you can get a triplex, I mean, push for a triplex. Why not? Because 2 rents being paid is better than 1. But you also have to wonder, like, if you're going to be living in it too, you have to think, what do you want? Because you need to be comfortable there too. And so if it's something where like you rent out one unit, a tenant rents out the other, you're fixing up the one you're in for a year, and then after the year the other tenant moves out, you move into that unit, fix it up while the next one goes over. So I'd say if you can go for 3, go for 3. If you can get to 5, you won't usually qualify for first-time homeowner purchases or anything, but you can qualify for commercial loans. Oh, this just came from Naughty Dog, like just an hour and a half ago. Our head of technology, Christian Gerling, has decided to leave Naughty Dog after an amazing 17-year career at our studio. We're grateful for his many contributions to the studio, our games, and his teammates. We will miss Christian greatly and wish him the best of luck on where his path leads him next. Travis McIntosh, a 19-year-old veteran, 19-year, not year old, 19-year veteran of Naughty Dog, will succeed Christian as the head of technology. Christian, I wonder if I've seen him. Christian Gerling. Head of technology to president. He hasn't even updated. He's only been the head of technology for 5 months. And he's been a vice president for almost 3 years. Wow. It's this guy. Interesting. Apparently he's leaving to do other things. And I always get worried when there's not a lot of news around a studio, or there's recently been bad news from a studio, and then very senior, like successful higher ups start leaving. That worries me. Because sometimes it is just that, like, hey, he's getting older, wants to spend time with his family, and so he's decided he's going to step down, get a job at some other company where he doesn't have to crunch, and he's gonna, like, he's just calming down. You know, it could be that. It could be. It could be. Or sometimes it's that they're sick and tired of how things are going, and so they leave. And that seems to be what, like, Sefton Hill, for example, did over at Rocksteady, where right before that horribly received gameplay reveal for Suicide Squad, he happens to retire. Not retire. Leave. Not retiring. Going and working somewhere else, apparently. Very interesting. Aren't they always leaving to do other new things? Yeah, I mean, usually that's how they phrase it, is they're on to a new adventure. And so sometimes it's like they got a job offer from somebody else and Naughty Dog couldn't match it, so they're sending him off to go do that instead. So sometimes that's what it is. He's getting poached by somebody, and that very well could be it. I mean, maybe, like, who knows? Maybe, like, you know, BGS comes in and is like, hey, we're going to try to snipe and hire the guy from Naughty Dog that runs their engine development and stuff. We're going to take him, pay him a ton of money, and he's going to come help us. You know, I'm also lagging. Yeah, sorry guys, it's YouTube today. YouTube's been lagging like crazy. Twitch is fine, but YouTube for some reason is freaking out. Where did I get my display cases, Icy Dicey? These are just IKEA. I don't remember the name of them, but if you just look up glass display cases IKEA, you'll find them. They've worked great. Love them. Seems like both Xbox and PlayStation are mismanaging their studios right now. This generation has just been exhausting with bad news. Part of it, and part of the reason it feels like that, and why there's so many like downsizings and everything, is because a lot of these companies expanded a lot during COVID and right after COVID, because debt was so cheap. Because if they wanted to buy a studio, or if they wanted to build another team or hire 10 more people, they could do it with a loan with effectively 0% interest, because inflation was higher than the actual rate. Like, they could just go get basically free money and expand and stuff and do all this crazy stuff. And now that rates have skyrocketed so quickly, especially if they're variable rate loans, or if they were locked for 3 years and now they're going to floating rates, whatever it may be, now it's not as cheap to do that. And for a lot of these studios, if they're like, hey, with Bungie, for example, they're like, hey, we spent a lot of money building out this team. We're not going to get another project for another 1.5 to 2 years in the form of Marathon. And you're missing revenue targets by almost 50%. This doesn't work. Like, we're not just going to eat money and lose tons of money for 2 years while you figure your crap out. Like, we're not doing that. So they lay people off. Also, they can start hiring so much more people since they don't need everyone at the office every day because of hybrid work. Yeah. Well, and what a lot of these studios are doing, and this is currently one of the hot button issues, what they're doing is basically, like, there's a scandal right now where executives all seem to agree that remote work is very inefficient. Like very inefficient. And so a lot of executives are trying to push everybody to come back and work in the office. And people are looking at that and saying, oh yeah, see, this is an example of corporate leadership just being evil and wanting to screw over people. And I don't think that's what it is. Let's see, that's weird. F stream. Oh, are you back? Are we back? Are we back? YouTube is freaking out. I'm sorry, everybody. YouTube's just having mad troubles today. Is everyone on Twitch okay? Everybody on Twitch can hear me okay? Just to make sure. YouTube just got totally cut off, so I want to make sure. It looks like we're still on Twitch. Yeah, I think we're okay. Yeah, YouTube, man. YouTube's struggling. Twitch is flawless, though. Yeah, it's not just you guys on YouTube. It's all of YouTube is doing this right now. Twitch is fine. Yeah, YouTube, I just pulled up the thing because I was like, I want to see if it's still lagging. And YouTube, like, straight up thought the stream ended. Like, tried to end the stream. That's crazy. It's been a while since YouTube has had trouble like this, but man. Yeah, YouTube's struggling. Weird. Anyway, but the whole scandal right now is that remote work is good for workers, and workers love it because, of course, they get to sleep in potentially. They get to spend more time with their family. They get to go to work effectively in their PJs. You know, it's way better for quality of life. But in terms of productivity, it seems that everybody on the corporate side seems to think that it lowers productivity and it lowers the quality of work, and all of these other things suffer as a result of it. My dad works as a project lead with software developers and stuff. So very similar to what developers are doing in games. He's just managing other types of projects. And he's saying, like, yeah, no, I mean, the remote work, some people can be just as productive or even more productive, but the vast majority of people are way more productive in the office. They just get distracted when they're at home. They pull up YouTube videos or they watch TV shows while they're working. And most of what they're doing is just kind of dilly-dallying. Whereas when you're in the office, you don't want to pull up a TV show at your desk because your boss might walk by, you know? Raekwon, yeah, I came to Twitch because of the YouTube lag. Yeah. It makes teamwork hard. Yeah, straight up. Like, I think me and Jacob would be way more productive if we were working in the same space. I think so. If I could just, like, walk over to his desk over there and be like, hey, so I think we do this for the video. Whereas right now, like, I have to send a bunch of messages and then we might have to call. And even then, I'm not exactly sure if what I'm communicating is going to get communicated properly because I might be vague about it or he might interpret it differently. So I like, it makes sense to me, but if you say that to some people, they're like, oh, you're just a corporate shill. You're just trying to help the corporations. And I'm like, no, we're just trying to like agree and try to look at things like as plainly as we can. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is funny. The YongYea stuff doesn't end. It doesn't end. So Yong did appreciate all those reaching out with kind words on Kiryu. Always knew some toxicity was coming, or that not everyone would be on board, but I'm glad to see more people are warming up to my version, and I'm excited for people to see Kiryu's full journey. Wish I could show more. And people are replying, not everything is toxic. You simply did not do a good job. Everything you said about Chris Pratt before the Mario movie directly applies to your performance as Kiryu. It didn't sound like your voice or you voice acted as the character. It just sounded like you were just reading the lines given. I mean, pretty savage. That's pretty savage. Yeah, more than anything, it's just like, yeah, it's the pot calling the kettle black. Like, if you're gonna blame Chris Pratt for the voice sounding just like his voice, when you voice act, you better make sure that doesn't apply, because you're saying it's bad because it sounds like Chris Pratt. And it's like, well, if you're saying that, then doesn't that also apply to you because your voice acting sounds just like you? You know, it just doesn't make sense. Just doesn't make sense. How do you separate work and home life? I personally can't do it working from home. I have a totally separate space. So pretty much the whole downstairs basement is all my dominion. So I have the studio. When I'm down here, I'm in work mode. We're working, we're doing our thing. And when I'm upstairs, no work. You know, we just completely separate it out. And I think that's what people have to do if they want to work from home too. They have to like have a separate space just for work. You have your home office and that's what you do. I did not watch the Loki season finale. I heard it was good though. I ever thought about teaming up with Joe Raptor for the reviews or something similar? Not really. I don't know how that would really work. Like in my experience, people that want Joe Raptor's opinion on games are not like, if they want to hear my opinion, they'll just come see my video. You know, doing a hybrid review or a joint review, I'm not sure how that would work. So if people want to hear Joe Raptor's thoughts on, I don't know, AC Mirage, they can go hear his thoughts. And if they want to hear mine, they can come and hear mine. But we can each kind of do our own thing. And then the podcast, you know, is nice because then we can kind of merge them and compare. Unfortunately, a lot of people that live in apartments can't afford separate spaces, which sucks. Absolutely. And that's why, like, when I lived in an apartment, when I was working commercial real estate, honestly, when we had work from home days, because I was in the middle of COVID, like there were days when I straight up was not very productive because it was really difficult to stay focused and stay down on it, you know? Oh, Total War Pharaoh. What a waste. What a waste. Anybody watch the Marvels yet? Oh, I want to hear if anybody's seen it. I've not seen it. Yeah, I'm a basement dweller. You better believe it. I think it just depends on the person. If you're married with kids, yeah, working from home might be less productive. If you're single and live solo and have a good work ethics, on the other hand. Well, and that's why I said for some people, they can maintain the same level of productivity or they can be more productive because they get to sleep in, they have better morale and all of that. But like even in the gaming space, I had one person, because I was like, if you're a developer or you work in games, reach out to me. I want to hear your thoughts on a bunch of stuff. And I did have somebody reach out. I won't say precisely where they work or what position they're in, of course, but they worked as like a sort of team lead position within a pretty big studio. And what they said was that they have just seen that like efficiency has plummeted while trying to work remote. He's like, the biggest problem is QA, is what he said. And it was all just like, if you needed to fix a bug before, or if you ran into a problem before, say you're a level designer and you're working on something and you need to see, is this going to interfere with maybe a grapple hook ability that the character might have or something like that. You could just kind of get up, walk over to the desk of one of the gameplay programmers or combat programmers and just be like, hey, so what's the effective range of that grapple hook? Because I'm building the level out and I need to make sure the platforms are spaced properly. And you just be like, oh, it's 35 meters. Oh, okay. And then you walk back to your desk and you keep going. But when you're working remote, you send the Slack message. Maybe you schedule a call with them for an hour out. They might be away from their desk. They might be doing something else. They might be talking with somebody else. Like those little hour delays or 2 hour delays between those answers really adds up in the context of game development, especially. And it just leads to situations where you end up with games launching with a lot more bugs, a lot more broken, and it causes problems. And I think that's part of the reason we've seen a lot of games that have QA issues as well. Yeah. I saw an article about some studio wanting to make QA just in person as well. Don't remember where though. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense when you watch any of these behind the scenes making of documentaries, like Raising Kratos is a great example where they're just walking around the studio and you see, you know, how it works. when you're in person. And so like they have devs that can come into the offices and actually sit down and talk, which I don't need to tell you guys this. If you have friends, you know this. If you have friends, like when you meet with friends, you know this. When you're talking with somebody in person, the effective communication is way, way better. It's something insane, like 80% or 90% of communication for humans is nonverbal. And when you're talking through a Discord call or a Teams call or certainly a text chat, that effective communication goes way out the window. It's why miscommunications happen so often. Disco, thank you for the 20. So I know the entire internet has been set ablaze by the Rockstar announcement. It does have me hyped for sure. I wanted to know what your thoughts are on them dialing back the humor, making it more PC for today. I know it's a concern because GTA has always been so irreverent, and so everybody's kind of braced for it to be really cringy and for them to do like Saints Row stuff. That is the surefire way that they could turn one of the most hyped games in history into a total flop, is if they go like Saints Row level of humor. Hopefully they don't do that. My hope is that they're just saying this to keep investors happy, but once we actually get the game, it's going to be same old, same old. And we've seen that even in like Red Dead Redemption 2 straight up had two siblings that are in a romantic relationship with each other that imply they're going to have a menage a trois with you. Like, that's not super PC. And they just casually did it. Like, no big deal. So I will be shocked if they've stripped out all of the kind of controversial stuff. And I'd have to think that they know that that would be a huge blunder. Like, that would be a huge blunder if they were to do that.
Disco Cobra 2013 donated $20 through Super Chat.
And again,
So
yeah,
I know the
thank you,
entire
my goodness, for the 20. That's very generous. Thank you. There's no way to have casual conversations when working remotely, so it stifles creativity. And what if we do this scenarios? Yeah, I mean, Jacob and I have taken to usually just calling when we have stuff too, when we're working remote. And I have notes for him. Like, it's just easier to call, it's faster, and it's more effective. But even then, like, when we're in person and he's here and I can just point at the screen and be like, so what I want to do is like this, where like this sprawls out and then we have the text which maybe shakes a little. Like, I can actually show it in much more effective ways. And thank you for the 5, Disco, as well. For me, I'm just hoping it lives up to the hype, like game mechanics, graphics, story, the online portion. If it looks better than RDR2, then dang. Yeah, I think we're all braced and hoping. I'll cry to know what camera you use. If you go, I think it works. It should still work. If you go on Twitch and you do, let me try it. ! Links. Let's see. Check out my links. If you click on that, there is a button that says my setup or my kit. And that has all of my stuff linked. It's not completely up to date. There's a couple of things that have changed. Like, we just got a new monitor in and there's a couple of other little things. But the cameras, lenses, all of that stuff is listed there. So that's definitely the best way to do it. Cursing user, I've grabbed some of the equipment from that list. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I need to go back through and update it because a couple little things have changed, but yeah. Oh, good luck, Hearth Kuba. Good luck. If you have questions about it, let me know. Because I'm probably changing a couple things relatively soon. I might be swapping camera brands. I'm not sure though. I've had like one camera drop dead out of nowhere, and then another one's been acting kind of finicky, so I just don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know who to trust. Also, like, you guys remember in Raising Kratos, they do this where they go on like an outdoor hiking trip, as opposed to an indoor hiking trip. And so they go out actually into nature and they're like giving them little survival things to give them a better idea of how Kratos and all those guys would survive when out in the wilderness. And it's just like a fun little thing. I've done this when I've done plays and short films and stuff. They'll take us to do this kind of thing just so we can see kind of how it works and get a better idea for it. But I mean, again, like, you can see in the actual process of development, let's see if we can go. It's like some actual stuff in the studio. Like, this is where they make God of War. Like, you can see it's actually in person. The devs are all in their cubicles. And if this guy needs to talk to this guy, they can pop over and just ask the question. Ooh, we have the same chair. And it's just way more efficient that way. Even though you would think on paper, oh, we can just go, hey, Miney, can you scooch? I can't see. Hey, Miss Miney. She's sitting right in front of the monitor. Can you scooch just like a few inches to the left? She's like, no, you have to pet me first. Yeah. Oh, I love you so much. You're a good kitty. But like, look at this. Like, this is the kind of thing that you just don't get when you work remote.
As you can see, like, I was just showing you stuff and there's a bunch of stuff.
We're gonna leave now because everything's going wrong.
For me, at least, I think a big part of it is maintaining.
So you see the managers are actually walking around the studio.
Because everything's going wrong.
And so as they go through and they do their daily checkups, this guy's like, what the hell are you looking at? They can go and show how the game is running. They can put their hands on it, actually try it. And the devs that I've spoken to, like, they all agree, yeah, it's nice to work from home, but we get way more done when we're actually there. But even now, like, you're seeing, what was it? Was it Ubisoft? Ubisoft was dealing with a huge scandal because they decided to walk back their remote work policy. They said, yeah, we aim to at least have hybrid work for a while because we think we'll get a lot more done that way. And they walked that back because they're like, efficiency is just too low. Games are going to take 8 years to make instead of 4 or 5 if we start doing this hybrid stuff. Yeah, McTraz, Black Magic cameras are great, and they do plug directly into the wall out of the box. They come with the AC adapter. The thing is with Black Magic cameras, though, is that they use micro four thirds as their sensor size, and so basically it's going to 2x crop whatever lens you're using. So for this full frame camera from Sony, a 35 millimeter lens is 35 millimeters. On a micro four thirds camera, this lens, if I could get an adapter to mount it, would look like a 70 millimeter lens. And so for like this is, I think, a 20, I think it's a 20 millimeter actually. So this is like a 20 millimeter or maybe a 22. But for a Blackmagic camera, this same lens would look tighter in than even this angle. Even though it's a wide angle lens, it would look tighter in than this camera lens even, just because the sensor size is smaller. So there's just a lot of like little things that come into play when you are used to full frame or micro four thirds and stuff. And then you have to start figuring out how all of that's going to work with different lenses and everything, you know? Oh, yeah, the conversion could be of, unless you invest in some crazy Cine lenses. Yeah, and the nice thing is, like, if I do swap out these cameras, I think I stop using 2 cameras and I will just go to one that's like a 4K 60 monstrosity, and that's all we're going to do. But yeah. But like this is also a great example of like how they just squash bugs very quickly. So like, listen to this.
Would simulate that if you come to it at exactly the wrong phase, that's what would happen.
Right.
So I'll try switching that to true and see if that fixes it in that case, or see if it just has him like
go straight in a line. Yeah.
Yeah. And if that's the case, then check it in.
Well, let me know.
Okay. Cool.
Thanks.
But then
So like right there, fixing a bug. Easy peasy. And right back to work. You know? I swear, Miney's throwing a fit. Let me just take a picture of this. This is so funny. Let me pull it up. She's just sitting with her back to me like, stop it. Let me pull this up. This is so freaking cute. What's the matter, Miney? Hold on, I'm pulling up a picture of you. A very cute picture. See if it can upload. Then stick with Sony because of the lenses. Yeah, but the thing with a lot of Sony cameras is if you want to stick with Sony to do like a cinema camera that does 4K 60, which is what I need, like I'm probably spending like $4,000 on a cinema Sony camera. Minimum. And I just don't know if I have the strength to do that. I don't know. Whoop. Can I do... Can I get rid of that? It has like location tagging, and I don't want to, like, I don't want that. Let me just download the picture. I'll just show you like this. It's really flippin' cute. So this is her right now. She's just sitting in front of me, back to me right here in the corner. Just like, don't talk to me. You're not petting me right now. You're not petting me right now. I don't want to talk to you. You're a very good girl, but she likes to throw fits and sass. She's very funny. How do you get the pictures to your PC so fast? I'm just taking them on my phone, and then I pull up iCloud.com and just pull them from there. Because if you have photo sync turned on, all of the photos you take on your phone sync to iCloud. So you take it here, pull it up on your computer, and there's your photos, you know? The 30 FPS to 60 doesn't look bad off my Sony, though. Hardly can tell, to be honest. 30 FPS is... Okay. Yeah, I mean, I did some digging into it because I was like, if I want to keep the lenses I'm using and just not swap them out, which would be really nice... I think it's the FX3 is what I would need to get. Because the problem is when you do 4K, there's just a lot of crap that goes into it. Like, here, we'll back out. Oh my God, it's so broken. All my buttons are mixing up. So like, this is what I would need to get. The problem is when you're doing 4K video, like true 4K video, like cameras overheat. If these cameras can technically do 4K at 30 frames, but the problem is they will overheat within about 15 minutes and then they turn themselves off. And then you have to wait for them to cool down. And that can take like an hour. It's ridiculous. So it's not really viable for filming videos longer than like 5-10 minutes, you know? So you need a camera that's like this one, which you can tell is a lot thicker. And the reason it's thicker is because they actually have cooling vents and stuff in it to cool off the sensor while it's filming video. And this particular camera is designed for filming video. It's not a like DLSR or mirrorless SLR that is also able to do video. Like this is a filming camera. That's what it's for. But unfortunately, as a result, it's very, very freaking expensive. And why isn't it working? Oh, because it pulled it up over here. So like, but I mean, you can see stat wise, it's crazy. It can do actual 4K. Oh my God. It's all breaking. That's what I get for trying to be fancy. Let me see though. Optical. Wait, is this CMOS? Yeah, that's CMOS, but it's a full frame. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe if I can find one of these used or marked down, I'll jump on it. But it just really hurts to be like a $4,000 camera. Like Jesus Christ. Oh, what's the life cycle on when you gotta upgrade stuff? Thanks for the input. I mean, these cameras last forever. This camera that you're watching right now, I bought used from, like, it was a display model from Best Buy in 2018. So it had been out for like at least a year before that. So it was like a 2017. And so this camera's like 6 years old. And it's good. Like, it gets the job done, obviously, when it's not randomly turning itself off, which has happened a few times as it's gotten older. But it does well. It does have a bunch of what are called hot pixels or stuck pixels, which are a bunch of like little white dots sprinkled all over the frame. So like this black backdrop, at 1080p, you can't see it. If I turn this camera to 4K, this would look like there were just a bunch of random bits of salt thrown on your monitor or your phone or whatever you're watching on, and like little red dots everywhere. It would just look horrible. It'd cover it. And over here, it would still be there. It's across the whole frame, but this would cover it up a little bit because it's brighter. But on black, it's super easy to see. And so this camera, like you can try to let the camera automatically fix it, but mostly once you have burnt or stuck pixels, you're kind of screwed. Which it's going to happen. I mean, it's going to happen when you run a camera for like 4, 5, 6 hours a day running hot. And again, remember, these cameras are not really meant for this. Like, these cameras are designed to take like a 10-minute video and take some pictures and stuff. They're not designed for streaming and for having them on for hours and hours and hours on end. And that's why they just struggle. I think the A7 IV can, or A7 Mark IV can do 4K 60. I haven't tried it yet. I have the A7S Mark III, just do the 4K 30 with the cam link. But without the cam link, it can do 4K 60 for about an hour. Have you had problems with the heat? Or does it manage it pretty well? Because this is the A7S Mark II. So it's specifically one that was better for low light in video settings, but it was one of the, like, I mean, it's the second generation of it, and it struggles with heat. You can tax right off the new camera, so you can buy it. Yeah, exactly. As we all know, that makes it free, right? I do think I'll just bite the bullet, and I'm gonna do it because I think it would add a lot to the videos and the streams and stuff, because then we have so much more freedom in terms of zooming, in terms of recropping stuff. Like, I think it would just be a good upgrade. And I mean, 6 years for a camera is a pretty good run. Get a sponsor. I mean, maybe I could get like Blackmagic to sponsor, but Blackmagic's cameras to do the same thing are only like the full frame sensor is where it comes, where the price comes in. Here we go. Like, the full frame sensor is where the expense comes in, but these like Blackmagic pocket cameras or these live studio cameras, these things are tremendous. Like, this one is like an amazing camera. This is what a lot of your favorite like big podcasts will use. A lot of places like what is it? Critical Role, that D&D podcast that's huge. That thing, that they all use these Blackmagic cameras. So these Blackmagic cameras are amazing, and they're fantastically usable, and they're very user-friendly and have amazing flexibility in terms of compression and recording and sound management and everything. And they're great cameras, and they're not that expensive comparatively. They can do 4K 60 for like $1,200 or $1,300. But like I said, they're all micro four thirds. So all of my lenses have to be swapped out, which I can sell these lenses. I mean, it's not like I'm throwing them in the trash. So it's not the end of the world, but you know, it's one more step, and I have a handful of them. So I'd have to sell the lenses and start from scratch, but they're very, very powerful, very capable cameras. But even these are not really designed in the same way for streaming, because they're designed for like actual like big studios where you're filming stuff and using this more elaborate equipment, you know, with actual whatever these inputs are called, SMPTE fiber and stuff. Like, there's just a lot. So there's a lot of moving pieces. Now, the thing I've learned over the years, sometimes putting more effort into your video quality does not actually lead to a direct payoff. Look at XQC, look at Hassan, look at Zach Rohr or Asmongold. A lot of these guys that have huge channels and amazingly popular channels and everything, they are using a nice microphone, like a Shure SM7B. I think all of the guys I listed are. I don't know what XQC is using actually, but they're all using nice microphones. But their cameras are all like $100 microphones or cameras, or like $150 webcams, you know, like everything. So film everything on your phone. Yeah. Dr. Disrespect too. I think he's using a Logitech webcam. Yeah. You know, it's more about the content than it is about the quality, but I'm somebody that appreciates high quality video and content and production values. It makes me more proud of the content. And I think, you know, part of why people like my stuff too is because we pay attention to those details, or at least try to. See, who needs good quality? You can be DSP and use crap equipment and still make enough for gambling. Yeah, true. Well, and to be clear, like we probably couldn't do 4K streams while retaining a decent level of interaction, because when we tried it before, it added like 10 to 20 seconds delay, which is a lot. I mean, if I'm chatting and I say, chat, what do you think about that? Just wait. It's 20 seconds to get to you. And then you'll post it and I'll respond to it. And then it's 20 seconds back until you see it again. So from the time that I just asked, hey, chat, what's up? Or what's up with that? Right about there is about 20 seconds, which is a lot. So I would love to do 4K streams, of course, because we have the hardware to do it. I upgraded the graphics card and the streaming PC to do it. Like, we're able to. But realistically, streams would still be 1080p, but the videos and everything would all be full native 4K. Right now, all of the videos you see on the main channel and everything, they are like the screen capture and the games and stuff are captured at 4K, but the the camera sources are all still 1080p. So when I do something like this angle, it doesn't matter because the camera is smaller. But if I do a full frame cam and you start to like zoom in on little details, like you can't really read much of that. Certainly can't read that stuff because it's bokeh out. But even stuff that's in focus, which you should be able to zoom in on and read, like this text, you won't be able to read that. What does that say? Probably don't even know, you know? 1440p though, with YouTube, I believe their 1440p setting is allowed in the low latency mode, but it's not allowed in the ultra low. So low latency is like 5 to 10 seconds delay. Ultra low latency is like a second, maybe, you know. You Husky, thank you for the sub on Prime also. Is it bad that I read You Husky and I wanted to go, ooh, Husky? Ooh, woo? Is that bad? Oh, man. Probably. It's probably bad. But yeah, I mean, there's always ways to upgrade the setup. For me, I was going to upgrade it when we moved into the old studio and I was like, these cameras are fine. But now that they're actively like dying and starting to randomly turn themselves off and stuff, it might just be the time to bite the bullet and do it. In which case, it's not a huge deal. It's not the end of the world, but it's just going to be expensive. But the good thing is if we upgrade the primary camera and we just do one camera here, like from this angle, I could then move these old cameras. I'll probably sell one of them and then the other one I'll mount like up here with like 150 millimeter or something, aimed down here for Lego streams. Maybe we have a cat cam because you can't see Miney right now, but Miney's asleep on the desk very sweetly. Let me take a picture of this. I'll share this picture with you too. gosh. You're too flippin' cute, Hermione. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. You're being so selfish with how cute you are. Wait for it to upload. A7S Mark IV is pretty good, I heard. I always get so scared whenever I hear when it's not a Cine camera, because I have tried cameras that are not called cinema cameras, and the overheating eventually catches up. Because again, most of those cameras, they're not designing it thinking that you're going to be having it on and streaming for 4 or 5 hours. They're like, no, who would do that? If you're filming a short film, you use it for 20 minutes doing some shots, then you turn it off. Then you turn it on for 20 minutes, then you turn it off. They're just not designed for that heat, you know? But the Cine cameras are. They're built for that, assuming that you're gonna really push it. And oh yeah, don't forget the foot cam to prove you're not cheating. Yeah. Of course you need that. What camera do I want to get, Luke? I want to get like, I don't know. I'm between Blackmagic cameras and like that Sony FX3. Check for sponsors. It's maybe a responsible way to approach such a high value item. Yeah, I mean, I could have my agent reach out to Blackmagic and just see what they say. You never know. Kinomansky, what's your next game you can't wait to play? I can't wait. What am I just losing it over? Maybe. I mean, one I can't wait to see how it turns out is Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Like, that one I actually am very interested in. I don't think I'd say I'm hyped for it or anything, but I want to see if it's actually pretty good and we just have we've been giving it too much crap, or if it's as bad as we're all kind of prepared for. This is what's on my desk right now. Look at that, sweetheart. She's right there. She's right there under the camera, and she's just sleeping very peacefully on the desk. What's a cheap camera I could get that's a step up from my camera? Probably the Sony Alpha 6000. I think it's the 6000 or it's the 6400. One of those two. They're not going to do 4K 60 for long periods of time, or they can, but they're going to be cropped sensors, but that's fine. They come with stock lenses typically, and they have fantastic autofocus. So I'd say something like that. Oh yeah, the day before. What's the over under on the day before actually launching? In December. I would not be shocked at all if it gets booted back again. I wouldn't be shocked at all. Oh, Leo used the same USB-C cables, really? It's a good cable. They're good stuff. I have a bunch of these at the right angles. I have them at the tight angle, so you can put it right up against the switch and the cable runs out the back. I've got a bunch of these things. Sony Alpha 6000 is good, and the Alpha 6400 is good. Those I remember. They were sold out forever though, so finding one might be tough. Make sure to get it from an actual store, not at Amazon. You might get screwed because some people will pretend to be an official store, but they'll mark the price up by $100. So definitely check the official stats. What would Rocksteady have to do to make it the game for Rocksteady? I think it's just they have to prove to everybody that it is a good game built around an interesting story and characters, not built around a monetization scheme. Right now, everybody has the impression it's built around squeezing as much money out of players as possible, and that's just a bad look. That's not going to excite players. So they've got to find a way to shake that perception, and I think they can do it. They'll figure it out. But there's a lot of work to be done. I mean, we are allegedly 3 months out from launch, and there is zero interest in the game. When I posted that video, both the stream clip and the main channel highlight video, like people were all saying, oh, I forgot this hasn't come out yet. People thought it already launched and was so bad that it's just been forgotten. What game do you think Rocksteady will make after Suicide Squad? I hope, I don't know what Warner Brothers will force them to do, but I hope they let them go back and like do another Arkham style game. Because they're so good at it. It's just such a waste of talent that they've been forced to do Suicide Squad. Star Wars Outlaws does look really good. Yeah. Star Wars Outlaws does look really, really good. Luke, zoom into the cat's fur. That's a good meow meow. She's really funny. She has white whiskers on the left side and black whiskers on her left side. Left side of her face black, right side of her face white whiskers. It's very cute. It's very cute. Little yin yang kind of thing. You know, very cute. I'm excited to see what Ben Studios is cooking. Yeah, I'm excited too. We should see that. Maybe we see it announced this summer. Maybe. It's probably not done. Need a Batman Beyond game? Ooh, they could do that. They could totally do that. Oh, Tanner, good to see you too. Superman like originally intended. Damn it, I want a good Superman game. That's the thing is like I don't want to be just hyping on like the blind bandwagon where people are like, oh, so Rocksteady put together a Superman demo, basically a proof of concept prototype, and they brought it to Warner Brothers executives, pitched it to them, and it was shut down. And they were not allowed to make the game. Everybody hears that and is like, yeah, they shut it down because it wasn't going to make them enough money. And that might be true. It might be true. But it might also be the case that the game just wasn't very good. Or both things are true at the same time. Like, we all know that like making a Superman game is notoriously difficult. Like I don't think there's ever been a good one. And so it's possible that it wasn't good enough. You know, it wasn't going to do it. And executives didn't think so. And maybe even the team agreed. Who knows? PS5 Slim, I don't know. I think it looks really cheap, honestly. The glossy plastic they used it on the DualSense Edge controller as well, and I don't know why they keep doing it. It makes it look like a wish.com thing. I hate the glossy plastic. It's terrible. Shiryu, we checked it out a little bit earlier. I think it is funny because everything he said about Chris Pratt and Mario applies directly to his performance there. I think the performance is fine, just like I thought Chris Pratt's performance was fine. Like, is it funny that he accused Chris Pratt of being like uninspired with the role and therefore the performance was bad because it just sounded like his voice? And then he does this and it just sounds like his voice. Yeah, it's funny. It's pretty funny. I don't think that means the dub is bad. I think he did a good job as far as I could tell. I mean, I haven't heard the whole game, but he seemed like he did a fine job. But it's his reaction to it. I mean, it's like the Streisand effect with all these people that are bashing him and making fun of him for it. If he just ignored it, it would not be a thing. Like, nobody would have heard about the negative reactions to it, except for a very few, select handful of people. But because he's banning everybody that talks to him about it and blocking everybody that says the performance isn't that great, it just blows it up. And so, like, I didn't see the story. I didn't see the story at all until I saw somebody post a picture saying, oops, I got banned, classic Yong. And I clicked on it. I was like, why did they get banned? And then I saw the whole story. So it's more about Yong's reaction to it. Does Kungan even lift any games today, Pog? I am kind of... I don't think we'll get to any games today just because YouTube now is freaking out consistently and lag is horrible and the stream also keeps almost dropping over there. So I don't know what's happening. And we're also like, we're closing in on the 4-hour mark too. Is Star Wars Eclipse, that supposed Quantic Dream game still happening? Yeah, but they said it was a long ways off. It was like early production, and so it's probably not coming until close to like 2028, 2029. Apparently they've had a ton of engine issues. Their engine is just not capable of doing huge scenes like they needed it to do for this Star Wars game. I feel like Superman could make a good enemy to fight in a game, not necessarily play as. Yeah, it's just how do you make somebody that's like all powerful basically interesting? Like, what does player progression look like? You know? How do you start the player weaker and make them grow stronger as the game goes on? Or do you just not? Well, then how do you make it feel interesting to like have a character arc? It just, there's a lot of difficulties that come along with it that people might not immediately think of. There was a Justice League game for the PS2 that was great. They could have made something like that. A Suicide Squad game where you fight and kill DC heroes is just bizarre. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it ties together. I think thematically it's interesting, but if all our takeaway is going to be that this was built for monetization, it's just a bad look, and of course people are going to kind of check out, and that's where they're at. Yeah, just don't make him fly through rings. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and Isaac, thank you for the 5. Nothing to say, man. Just want to show some support. Oh, thank you, Isaac. That's very generous and very sweet. Thank you. Appreciate you. We'll get Miss Hermione some treats to make her feel better. I feel so bad for the little kitty. Since Finley went missing, she will not leave the deck. She will not leave the outside patio. She does not want to go anywhere. She wants to stay close. She wants to sit on laps and cuddle. I think she's very lonely. It's very sad. But that's why she's in here with us today. She's hanging out with us. Do Twitch users get members only streams? Yeah, that's my goal, McTraz. I don't know exactly if there's a way with Restream for me to do members only stream and a sub only stream at the same time. I'm going to be experimenting with it to see if I can do that, because then we can just like, hey, it's all of the subs and members together. Let's all hang out and play games together. But like, if there's not a way to do it, then because like I could see it potentially breaking like Twitch policy. Because it's like, it's subs only, not subs and members only, or not just like paid members or access only. So I could see it breaking policy stuff, and in that case we'll just do like an hour of members only on YouTube and then an hour of subs only on Twitch, and I think that's a decent way of figuring it out. It's just there's so many little policies that it's really hard to figure it out. You know, like am I breaking the rules? I don't mean to. I'm trying not to, but there's lots of fine print. Let's face it, Spider-Man is way OP compared to random criminals you fight in those games. Nobody bats an eye to that. Yeah, well, and it even tears me out of games like The Witcher 3, where you can have like, you know, this Witcher who's highly trained, highly specialized. He's a stone cold killer. But then he fights like a grunt in Skellige, and the grunt's just like axe hit, one shot, you know, and it's one of those things you kind of have to just roll with because it's a video game and you just don't think about it that much. But yeah, with Superman especially, it's tough. It depends a lot, especially the fact that it's tons of people with supernatural powers. They should do it like a create a character thing. Well, my initial idea for a Suicide Squad game was, I was like, you could do something where you merge like the Nemesis system, and you could have dynamically generated heroes through a Nemesis system. Like, imagine those orcs, but they're all like random superheroes with different abilities. So it's like, I'm Polka Dot Boy, and he comes and starts fighting you, and his ability is to just throw like big polka dot balls at you, and then like another one's generated, and this is like I don't know, like Elastigirl, like in The Incredibles, and she just stretches everywhere. Like you could have a bunch of different things, and then you build different reputations with them, different relationships. And I think it could be really, really interesting to implement the Nemesis system in that way. Do I think they're going to do that? No, but at least that would be more interesting than like shoot the purple weak spot on the gigantic purple laser noodle arm. Like, hi, Miney. Yeah. Yeah. You need cuddles. Yeah. It feels gross having us potentially hunt and kill Kevin Conroy's Batman. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I mean, at the end of the day, Kevin Conroy was interested enough in the project and liked it enough to do it. So I think at the very least, experiencing the story is a good way to honor him in some ways. But I totally can see how the argument could be made that like, hey, this beloved actor that we all love, yeah, the big climactic sequence in the game is killing him again. Like I can see why that might be, you know, maybe a bad look. I don't know. And maybe they're tweaking it to fix that. Who knows? Who knows? It's so cute. Oh, she's just so cuddly. She's so cuddly. Can you believe she's a farm cat? She was like born in an actual barn. She has two sisters, Phoebe and Bailey. And then she's Miss Hermione. My brother has the other two cats. And Phoebe is like really scrawny and super like skitsy, very shaky. So like way scrawnier than Hermione. And then Bailey looks like a Maine Coon and is like Hermione, but poofed out to here. Just like all of her hair goes straight out. They're very, very cute. And they're all just like little variations on each other, but they all look super, super familiar and similar. So yeah, it's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. I don't know if we'll ever get the sisters together again. They're like an hour away. It could be cute. Steven, also thank you for the 10 great British pounds. Ben Starr winning best performance at the Joystick Awards. I really hope he wins at the Game Awards now. Who do you think put the best performance on this year? So Ben Starr, excuse me, Miss Miney, can I don't sit on my mouse. So here I have the actual like collection of stuff. Where is it? There it is. Okay. So Ben Starr played Clive Rossfield in Final Fantasy 16. Got the best performer. Best supporting went to Neil for Asterion. Game of the Year was Tears of the Kingdom. Baldur's Gate 3 was PC Game of the Year. Starfield won Xbox Game of the Year. Resi 4 won PlayStation Game of the Year. Oh, that's tough. Did Spider-Man 2 not get nominated? It's not even like a first-party game. That's tough. Everywhere got a trailer. I don't even know. Like it sounds like it's supposed to be Roblox, basically. Ultimate Game of the Year goes to Baldur's Gate 3. So they have a Game of the Year? Wait, what did Tears of the Kingdom win? Nintendo. Okay, it was just Nintendo. Okay, I misread that as the Game of the Year. And I was like, so they have Game of the Year and then Ultimate Game of the Year? Does that make sense? But no, okay. Nintendo Game of the Year, and then they have PlayStation, Xbox, and then they have Ultimate, which they gave to Baldur's Gate 3. And the most wanted game was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which makes sense because we don't have a trailer or images or anything of GTA 6. As for what I like, who I hope wins it at the Game Awards, I don't know, I'm trying to think, were there any like leading performances that blew me away this year? I'm trying to think through all of the games we've played. Nobody in Spider-Man really blew me away. Like I thought And part of it was writing too, but nobody in Spider-Man really tugged at my heartstrings, or I thought did like an award-winning job or anything. Gollum, yeah. We had Hogwarts Legacy, but that's not really same thing. Nothing there. Resi 4 was good, but again, same thing. Not really a lot of amazing performances, like good enough performances. They work, but I don't know. Idris, oh, I guess if you could give it to Idris Elba because it's an expansion, so I guess that would count, right? I think that's in the running. Probably Idris Elba, honestly, out of everything I've played, because his performance was like so good, it made Keanu Reeves' performance look really rough. Resi 4 is a remake. Yeah, I mean, it's a remake, but I think it would be more like, I'm okay with counting the performer in a remake for best performer of the year. But as for game of the year, that's where I'm more uncomfortable. But I would understand if people didn't want it to be in the running for any of these, because it's not a new script or anything. So I could see that. Am I skeptical about GTA 6? You should be skeptical about absolutely everything in your life. And all that means is not accepting something as true until you have sufficient evidence to warrant accepting that proposition. Sometimes that means, you know, you just heard somebody you trust say it. Other times the evidential bar is higher and you should have more evidence than just he said a thing. But yeah, I'm skeptical about everything in life. I think everybody should be. It's another way of saying you shouldn't just blindly believe everything. Was Plague Tale Requiem this year? I thought that was last year. I think that's last year. Because I think I gave that like indie game of the year or something. Carlock, well, Carlock would be considered a supporting character, so I don't think she would count. Sam Lake, you could... I think he'd also be supporting, though. God of War Ragnarok was 22, yeah. So good, man. I want to go back and replay it. Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of great games, but individual performances, like I've in Baldur's Gate 3, there's a ton of amazing performances, but I think they'd all be considered supporting. I don't think any of them would qualify as like main cast. I have not played the Starfield update yet. I can try that though. Did it go live? When did it go live? Was it this morning? Because I thought I checked it yesterday. Excuse me, Miss Hermione. Oh, she's sitting right in front of the button. Oh, that's right. I threw a fit because I couldn't get it running right, and it kept crashing on me, so I uninstalled it. I was like, I'm sick and tired of this damn game. Shut it down. I will re-download it though. Do I know what happened with GTA Killer? Oh, with EA's alleged GTA Killer. I don't. Who knows? Beta 2 went up, or beta went up 2 days ago. Oh, it's a beta. Okay, it's not the official update. Okay. What do I think of AC Red based on the leaks? I think it's good because it just sounds different, and that's all I want. I just want something different from
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
That's all I want. And it seems like it's going to be that, which is what I'm looking for. Kazuma himself, my one caveat for Baldur's Gate 3 recommendations would just be specifically that you like understand that it's an extremely narrative game. Like, don't go into it expecting it to be super fast paced or anything. Like, you're going to play it for 5 hours and move through 2 areas and have 4 or 5 conversations with people. Like, it's a very slow moving game. Each one of those conversations is super meaningful and intense and valuable, but it's not something like if you come off of Spider-Man 2 and you jump into Baldur's Gate, it's going to feel super, super slow. But as long as you understand that, that's okay. And I would heavily recommend it. But I think a lot of people have gone into it hoping that it's akin to like the big set pieces and the flashy stuff that they've seen in other games, and it's just not that kind of game. It's much slower moving. It's basically just a digital big D&D campaign. So if that sounds awesome, definitely play it. If you're like, oh, that sounds so boring, that's okay. No update on Mr. Finley. No, JS man. He's still missing. We do not know where he is. We've been looking. We've put stuff out for him to try and smell. We drive around neighborhoods when people say they've seen a white-ish cat. We hop in the car, race over, and drive around the streets trying to find him. No luck, but hopefully we find him. Thank you for the 2, Imitoja Singh, I think. Thank you for the 2. What do you think this year best game mechanic was? Like an interesting game mechanic that was unique. Interesting game mechanic that was unique. Like we could say that like Starfield's planet generation tech was really cool. And that technologically probably deserves a little bit of credit. The persistent universe stuff or persistent entity streaming in Star Citizen is also freakishly amazing. But that game hasn't technically released, so I don't know if you could count that. But there's been a handful. It hasn't been like we haven't gotten a nemesis system or something really crazy and cool, but we've had a handful of pretty cool things that were unique and different. The Lamp and Lord of the Fallen. Yeah, Lords of the Fallen and Alan Wake 2 did the same kind of thing with the alternating realities, which was pretty cool. Yeah, the Mind Place. Yeah, the Mind Place takes it for me. That's the winner for me. Oh. Do you think Ubisoft should do an AC Mirage sequel to further follow on Basim's story? I don't think so. Personally, I was pretty burnt out by AC Mirage. Like I was sick and tired of Basim by the time all was said and done. Have I seen the Lego Avengers Tower? I just pulled it up. It's got a lot of named characters. Let's see, 5,000 pieces. 5,000 pieces for like $400+ is not much. Like if you're a big Marvel fan, I could see wanting this, but personally, like size-wise, it's big, but it's also not a very interesting model. You know, like I think the Eiffel Tower model looks way cooler and is a way better use of the money, because this is 500. It's not 400. It's 500, and it's 36 inches tall. Where's the Eiffel Tower? Let's just sort by price. Let's just highest to lowest. Price high to low. The AT-AT. Yeah, look at this thing. Or the Colosseum, which is going to be way more visually interesting. The Hogwarts Castle, which I have behind me, which is even cheaper. Like, this thing is 10,001 pieces. Versus, what was it? It was like 5,000. So 500 for 5,000 pieces, or 629 for 10,000 pieces. It's like a solid 5 feet tall. It's a beautiful model. Let me just look at that. Yeah, it's going to be samey to build. It's not going to be super dynamic or anything, but still looks beautiful. I also love the idea that this guy built a Lego set and then he just leaves it sitting on the floor. Ah, yes. I mean, it's a cool decoration, but can you imagine if you had dogs or kids come over? Like, this thing's not surviving 5 minutes. It just sits and stares at it. It's like, yeah, I did that. I am the master commander. Are you a Potterhead? Oh, yeah. Where do you put that? I don't even know. I don't even know, dude. This thing's massive. I mean, this thing in the studio, I mean, if we were to put it back here, it's probably going like well out the frame. That's probably about 5 feet. So, I mean, it's not fitting anywhere reasonable. It's not fitting anywhere reasonable. This one right here, down here, the Hogwarts or the Gringotts Bank, it's 4,800 pieces and stands like probably pretty close when all is said and done to the Avengers Tower in terms of height. The Colosseum is also a really tough one to build because it's also very samey. It's a lot of very, I mean, you make basically like 50 of these little pieces, these little columns, and then you have to build them and they go all the way around, and then you have to do it again for the outer layer and then for this top layer. So it's just, this is a pretty monotonous build, but it's a beautiful one. And it's one that like you can set up as an art piece in your space. Like, it's an actual decoration, I think. This one's just so big, I don't know where you'd put it, but it is a cool decoration. But the Avengers Tower, like, where are you going to put that? The Hogwarts Castle is beautiful. People ask me all the time if that's just a model of it, because in the background you can't really tell if it's Lego or not. And then they have Rivendell. I thought they had a different one too. Do they have a different one? I thought the one I saw was like even bigger than that. We ordered a bunch of blinds through #blinds.com, and looks like they just delivered them, and so there's just a pile of boxes on the front step. Black Friday. Oh, do they make mini sets, like a mini castle? Oh, they do. Oh my God, look at that thing. That is so freaking cute. I didn't know they made this. Dude. That's freaking adorable. That's awesome. It's 2,600 pieces and it's like the size of a dinner plate. 2,600 tiny pieces. It's adorable. Don't get me wrong, it's adorable, but that's wow. I love the boat coming up out of the water from Goblet of Fire. That's great. Yep, we're definitely gonna see that on next stream. Dude, I already have too many. It's only 170. I know, only 170, but for like a licensed contracted Lego set, I mean, granted, it's tiny, but Lego is also stupid expensive. I'm going to resist. We have to build this one. Shout out to Mark for sending this over. We'll get that built. The bookshelves should be coming today. Actually, maybe that's one of the things on the patio. So we should be getting bookshelves that I'll build, and then I'll have places to put stuff, and we might stand a chance. Finish your coffee? It's almost like one sip. All gone. It's a spicy chai also. Who do you think you're dealing with? Who do you think you're dealing with? I always wanted the OG 2006 Batcave set. Never got it. Now it's $900+ Used to be like 80. Yeah, it also, like, you guys remember the old school Millennium Falcon and the old school Death Star? They were really cool. And then they replaced them. I think they discontinued the Millennium Falcon and they replaced the Death Star with a new variant that was way worse and just like not good. And it was like really small and had panels to remove. Like, it just wasn't very good. And so then they added a new one that was, I guess, better, but yeah, man. I think a lot of this is that I, as a kid, was always like, I really want to get those big Lego sets. I really want to get that sword. I really want to do this, do that. And so now that I'm an adult and I'm living my actual dream, thanks to you guys, I'm like, I can make those things a reality. And some of you guys are so insane that you actually contribute, or you just straight up send me the stuff to make more dreams come true. I don't know what I did, what genie I befriended, or what devil I made a deal with to be so fortunate, but you guys are amazing. And like, somebody sends me this Hogwarts Gringotts Castle, that didn't make any sense. The Gringotts Bank, not Hogwarts Gringotts Castle. I don't know what that is. That's a fan fiction, I guess. And then Sean hooks us up to get the Lego Titanic. And then, you know, my best friend Caleb gets me the Hogwarts Castle. Like, I'm so fortunate, and I owe it to you. You guys are amazing. I owe it to you and Caleb. I miss Grandma Sue chilling on the desk. Yeah, she's right there. She's right there on the bottom shelf. She's hanging out. This is going to rotate. Like, that is going to go over on this wall. So you'll be able to see her better soon. Don't worry. We'll get her back in frame. Alan Wake should be adapted to a TV show. What do you think? I could see it. I mean, parts of the game were basically a TV show, let's be honest. Nephrodidis, thank you also for becoming for subbing over on Twitch. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. That's also, so like, guys, straight up, I was saying to my wife, I was like, yeah, I think we're going to co-stream on Twitch and YouTube just because Twitch opened up the policy. And if people want to watch on Twitch, why shouldn't they be able to do that? Like, we'll just let them watch there, wherever they want to watch. And today happens to be a good example where like YouTube's been a disaster and YouTube keeps lagging, YouTube keeps glitching and having all sorts of problems. So YouTube's been having its own problems, but having an alternative in Twitch has been great. But also, like, I'm still blown away that people are like subbing so generously and frequently on Twitch. Like, it's blowing my mind. I was just ready for people to like pop over. We have like maybe 30 people watching on Twitch, and then everybody else is on YouTube. And, you know, if you want to watch on Twitch, you can, whatever. But we've actually seen like a pretty big increase in contributions and stuff. And it's just very humbling. So thank you, everybody. It's, it never ceases to boggle my mind. It used to be against their policy to dual stream. Yeah. So crazy. I don't know if you were here like a year ago, before we moved over to YouTube. But yeah, we used to stream on Twitch, and then Twitch had a bunch of policies which were really stupid. And we moved over to YouTube just because there were a lot of like little benefits and perks to it. And viewers tended to prefer it too at the time. But we couldn't do Twitch and YouTube at the same time if we wanted to retain partnership status. It would break. And like the only way that you could do it is if you gave up partnership and basically just went back to, I don't even know if you'd be allowed to stay affiliate. It might even kick you out of that. So you would just be like generic Twitch account, which would lose all of the perks of streaming on Twitch for viewers, like being able to, I think when you sub to a channel, you get to skip all the ads and you also get all the emotes and everything. So you wouldn't even be able to sub. Like you wouldn't be able to do anything. And so you'd be sitting through 2 to 3 minute ads on Twitch with no option of getting rid of them. And it just, the whole thing started to kind of break down. And so finally we were like, okay, I guess we're just not going to co-stream because I don't want to give up that Twitch partnership, which takes a long time to get usually. And then they just announced like a month ago that they are allowing for it to, allowing people to co-stream, and they're not going to ban you for it. which is nice. And Icy Dicey, thank you for giving out 2 community subs. Thank you, my friend. That's very generous. And welcome to the Red Flag Army, to everybody who's gotten the subs. I had no idea. Thankfully, it's sorted now. Yeah, there's still a couple of limitations. Like they say that you can't merge the chats. So people ask, like, Luke, how do you keep an eye on both YouTube chat and Twitch chat at the same time? Restream does they have an app basically that'll combine the messages together. But apparently, if I put those up on screen, that's against the policy. Because they want each independently to be treated specially or something. Maybe I'm misinterpreting the rule, and maybe that's not the case. I have to do some digging and see if other YouTubers or streamers have done that and it's been okay. Because I think it'd be very nice to just have all of the chats, all of the messages on screen at the same time in the same place, but I don't want to piss off the Twitch overlords if that's not allowed, you know? Oh, JS man, I appreciate that. And also, like, don't stress it. I'm glad you're all here. The one thing with Twitch that's nice, and I wish YouTube did this, is that if you sub, you get to skip the ads that automatically play, because I can't control them. Twitch just plays them. But if you are subbed, you don't have to sit through them, which is nice. So that's cool. I wish YouTube did it with memberships, where if you are a member on YouTube, you don't have to worry about it. Like, you're just good. But instead on YouTube, you still have to sit through ads as far as I'm aware. Pretty all right. Sounds good, my friend. Thank you. Have a good weekend, my friend. Absolutely. Just don't stream on TikTok. It's the most toxic thing ever. In order to stream on TikTok successfully, I think you have to be like so, I don't understand it. Like, you almost have to be robotic. Because, like, you have to be always doing something kind of crazy and silly. So when somebody swipes and sees you, they don't get bored within a second and a half and switch off. And so you have to find a way to keep the stream, like, super, super engaging. Or what some people like Ninja will do is they'll stream on Twitch, basically just to be like, or on TikTok, just to get people to go, oh, he's streaming, and then go over to Twitch or go over to YouTube. That's all they're doing. Like, that's the whole point. And it's just, I don't know. We tried doing the co-streams on TikTok a little bit, and it just was not working well enough. NPC streams ruined it for everyone else. Yeah, dude. It was so stupid. The fact that was a thing. TikTok people have such a low attention span. It is very interesting how different it is. It's very interesting. One thing that blew me away, though, this is crazy. You know, I hired another creator. He's been doing amazing work cutting together TikToks and YouTube Shorts for us. And we've just been uploading. If it goes up on TikTok, it goes up on YouTube Shorts on the live channel. And so we've just been doing that. I haven't been paying much attention to performance metrics or anything. It's more about exposure for me than anything else, because we don't make anything off of the TikTok, so I just don't think about it. Apparently YouTube Shorts, we have some YouTube Shorts over the last month alone on the live channel that have generated like over $300 in ad revenue. This was news to me. I was like, I didn't know YouTube Shorts could make money at all. And if they did, I was like, I don't think they make hardly anything. I don't think it's like worth thinking about it monetarily. But apparently some of them have been making some decent money, which is crazy. Like, this is blowing my mind. Like, who knew? I was approaching it like it's just, yeah, it's money we sink for exposure. And in that capacity, I'm happy for it, and I think it works out. But yeah, apparently YouTube Shorts has actually built out a system to monetize it, and it's actually not horrible. Bro, your shorts are doing crazy. I guess I'm not even familiar. Hold on. Can I filter? I don't know, like this one's at 16,000. Oh, I guess there's this one. Starfield ignores this open world rule that did 2.4 million. Planet exploration in Starfield thing turned off. So this is just the live channel. Starfield ignores this open world rule. 2.4 million. I had no idea it was that high. I'm a bad YouTuber. I should pay attention to this. I had no idea these counts were this high. 2.4 million? What? I had no idea. 1.8 million? That one did do well. Okay, so this one on TikTok, this one has done like 5.2 million on TikTok. So this one is doing just fine. So that one doesn't surprise me. Starfield Planet Exploration is an illusion. 1.68 million. Yeah, right around the time Starfield launches, and so people got big mad, which is funny. 1 million. AC Mirage finally puts the spotlight back on stealth. 800,000 noticeable improvements. 630. So yeah, I mean, I guess they are doing well. Who knows? The other one that surprised me was this video looking at Mr. Matty Plays' what's happening with Starfield. I don't know why that video popped off, but it did. Yeah, imagine a space game where exploration is the worst thing in it. Amazing game design. That's okay. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, no matter what, being a fan of a corporation will always be weird AF. Yeah, that one I was surprised by. I was surprised that stream clip popped off. I see some shorts popping off on the YouTube main page with like 50 million views, which is insane. Yeah. YouTube, it's very interesting though. YouTube shorts they are kind of like set it, forget it. Whereas TikTok is very active. Like you have to be very aware of the current trend of how your audience is responding to that particular topic. Like YouTube or TikTok, you have to be very on top of it and very on it. YouTube's shorts system is really weird because like I'll post that Phil Spencer TikTok on TikTok and it will go to like 3 million views in 2 days. On YouTube shorts, in that same period, it might be at 8,000 views. Like it might be just comparatively nothing. But then over the course of like a month, 2 months, they start to push it more and more and more and more, and then it picks up steam. It's crazy. You have 5 million on a TikTok and don't get any money on it. Yeah, our top TikTok video did 5.2. Let's pull it up now. Did 5.2 million views. A TikTok from a day ago did 1 million. This one did 1 million. This one on the day before did 1.6 million. You know, so we have some very good view counts, but like not a penny. Not a penny. It's why when people are like, let's see, creative programs, beta. Yeah, last 30 days. You ready for this? For the creativity program. This is how they pay you out. Can I rotate it? Yeah. So like there, see that red line that's flat on the bottom? That's 0. Qualified views. 8. They say 8 views are qualified to make revenue, and the RPM is 0.00. What's the point then if you don't get paid? It's exposure. I mean, to have my face and brand and potentially my streams and videos pushed out to 5 million people in a single video, that's amazing. Like, imagine getting exposure to 5 million people for free. I mean, that's amazing. That in and of itself is worth it, because that exposure is worth a hell of a lot more than the like $100 they might pay me. So TikTok is just like, it's not a very monetized program. That's why everybody on TikTok has started pushing like the TikTok shop. They've started pushing the like merchandise where they have the t-shirts that they sell you, all of that stuff. And so like with shorts on YouTube though, they've built out, I mean, Google is an ad company basically. So they have a much better platform for monetizing shorts. And it seems like they've actually managed it. Cause like I said, they made over $300 in the last month, and I had no idea. I just was assuming they were making nothing. So that's tremendous. If they continue to like generate revenue, I mean, it's just going to be amazing. You know, we can start to potentially, we could bring on our TikTok editor full time, and this is all he does. I'd love to do that. It'd be great. It'd be great. Dude, I've missed you all so much, even the stupid YouTube mod chat. You don't have to lie. Nobody misses the YouTube mod chat. Nobody misses YouTube mod tools. It's crazy. We miss you too, buddy. We miss you too. Glad to have you. Let's see. Though I do think Luke's been popping off more, so that's good, but we really missed you, man. Yeah, I mean, it's been madness. That's how streamers blow up, like Aiden Ross, Kai Sanat, Speed, etc. Yeah, they just have like the shorts pop off, and stuff just continues to grind from there. Yeah, Proto graduated. Proto's a big boy. Hi. Oh, hello. Oh, do you want to say congratulations? Oh, yeah. I discovered you on TikTok and am now the leader of your fan base here in Brazil. Oh, really? You changed the way we play and interpret video games. Just know you have a strong international viewers. That's tremendous, Vitor. And I mean, that's exactly the point, at least in theory, of something like TikTok, is to just get exposure and hopefully get in front of some new people, which is awesome. It's a grind, man. You really motivated me to do this. I was falling out of love for it because Skyrim was like my whole channel at one point. Oh yeah, New World. And you make good stuff, man. You just got to keep on the grind. There's no like magic recipe to do it quickly. And even if you see the people that get stupid lucky and go from like no channel to 100,000 subs in the span of like 6 months, they usually fizzle out pretty quickly. And so what's much better long-term is if you kind of grind slowly and you get an established group of people that you know and that trust you, and that's how you do it. So yeah, I'd just say keep on the grind. Keep on the grind. Keep on the grind. What's the game you enjoyed most this year? Honestly, like, probably the most impressionable or the most impactful game has been Baldur's Gate 3. The one that just made me happy the most, though, honestly, probably Hogwarts Legacy. I said it. That game, I just think back and I'm like, it puts a smile on my face. You know, I could see going back and exploring that. So, yeah. Feeling good. Hi. Oh, do you need to go upstairs? Yeah, we're wrapping up. Don't worry. You got over 1,000 videos. I have 18. I got to lock it in. Yeah, I would say more than anything, I would just encourage you to always strive for little bitty improvements where you can get them. So like in some cases you might have, say, like the thing I always say is I always go back and I watch videos from 6 months ago and I always think they're terrible. So if you're not looking back at your older stuff and being like, ooh, that was rough, or ooh, I would have done things very differently now. If you're not doing that, it probably means that you don't have an eye on like for that improvement and you need to push yourself more to change stuff. Because I'll look back at stuff from January of this year and I'm like, oh, I wish we would have done that differently. Or, oh, what was I thinking? Hey, don't flash your butthole. Don't flash your butthole. Yeah, I just think you have to have a very aggressive attitude towards improvement, and that will help you grow. Oh, really, Leo? I'm all the way in China and I watch your videos. Oh, that's awesome. That's crazy. Is that Kitty that went missing? No, this is Hermione. This is the younger one. Finley's the one that went missing. We got him like 6 years ago, so he's like 6 years old. And so he's a little older. He's the big white cat that comes around every once in a while in videos and streams. But yeah, he's been missing for about a week. I think tomorrow it's going to be like exactly a week, because it's kind of hard to tell exactly when he wandered off, since he like would just sit at the front door and want to go outside. We'd let him out, and then he might crawl back into the garage, sleep in his cat tree, eat some food and water we have out there for him, and then come back out. So yeah, Finley went missing like this past weekend, and he's been missing ever since, and we can't find him. He wandered off somewhere and we don't know where or why or what he's doing or if he's okay. So yeah. No, he's not a farm cat. He's just a big honking kitty cat. He's just a big old dude. But yeah, Miney's the farm cat. Do the cops look into this kind of stuff? No. We post it to like the community neighborhood Facebook pages and the city Facebook pages for missing animals and stuff. So we've put it out there. If people see him, they know to like, go try to grab him, please, and we'll bring him back. We sent pictures. This is what his collar looks like. He's very unique looking. Like he has the scar on his eye. So there's no cats that are going to look just like him out there. So people know what he looks like in the community. And if they see him, they're going to try to bring him in and let us know. But naturally, cats don't really love walking up to strangers and letting them take them inside and stuff. So yeah. Miney's been a mess though. She's been an absolute mess. Proto, yeah, I'm talking about you. It's okay though. We'll head upstairs just a minute, okay? Luke, do you think it's better to focus on your channel or focus your channel on one thing, or have a single channel for friends talking on different diverse topics across sports, politics, culture, philosophy, work fine? For me, like, to be a variety creator, it has to be personality driven, which is fine. You know, there's personalities that do that all the time, but usually what you'll see is that they started focused on a certain topic. So even somebody like XQC, who now is a variety streamer, will gamble, will react to stuff, we'll just talk about stuff, watch TV on his stream. Like, he can do whatever he wants, and he will have 80,000 people in chat watching. But he started streaming Overwatch, and he was really good at Overwatch. And so he started specialized and then broadened. And like, even my channel, we started very specialized in like CDPR and The Witcher and Assassin's Creed, and we've kind of broadened out, and we're continuing to broaden out even more. The fact that I had a video talking about Call of Duty blow up and do like, it's approaching 250,000 views in the span of like 2-3 days, that blows my mind. That's crazy. So but like we're slowly expanding out now, and so what I would encourage you to do is probably the tried and true method is to go specific, find a niche that you specialize in, that you're passionate about, and do content exploring that niche and doubling down on that. And then after you find some success in that, you can start to broaden a little bit over time, and eventually, you know, you're kind of doing whatever you want, but you have to start very focused, because that's the only way you'll pierce the veil and get through the initial wave of just flooded content. Like if anybody comes along and is like, I want to be a streamer, so I've been streaming Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. It's like you're fighting an uphill battle, because you're going up against the biggest creators in the world who are all doing that. And so if you want to stand out, you got to specialize in something else. If you stream like Disco Elysium, or if you stream Fallout 1 or something, you're going to find more success, I think, than if you try to do COD. I guess the idea I had was a bunch of friends dropping in and out, talking about topics they are interested in, especially with some community, because we argue about that stuff anyways. Yeah, I mean, I would just say even that, the conversations have to lean into something more specific than just like casual hangouts or broader discussions. Like people have done that with like lolcows, where they all want to talk about, say, Chris Chan or Cyrax or Wings of Redemption or DSP or Boogie or whoever, and their podcast is them talking about that all together. And so, you know, it all kind of is based off of that specific idea, but the approach is broad. But it all has to be grounded with something more focused, I think. I discovered you because I was playing Valhalla and I thought it was so bad, and I saw people saying they loved the game. Then I saw your video and it was pretty relatable. You're like, I can't be crazy. Everybody, like, somebody has to understand this. That's funny. That's funny. Also, Yokes, thank you for giving out a community sub. Thanks for gifting a sub, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you. Good to see you in here as well. Speaking of lolcows, did you hear about the battle between Boogie and Muda last night on RTU streams? I did not see it. I will have to pull that up once we hop off stream. I'll have to do that. Gotcha. Thanks for the valuable tips. Oh yeah, and if you ever have any questions, let me know. You know where I'm at. I'll try to help if I can. Oh yeah, and I'm very into city builders, Basil. I'll tell you what. I'm very, very into them. I don't know if EA will ever try to get back into it, because it's apparently a very tricky game to develop and it's very expensive. They might just have decided it's not worth the trouble. I don't know what happened to that specific team that did Sim City, but they have the brand. I mean, I think they could like set up a pretty crazy comeback, but I haven't heard any rumors. I haven't heard anything suggesting that they might, so I don't expect it to happen. Long critiques right now, like Baldur's Gate 3 and Starfield. If these patches actually do fix some of this stuff, that would be amazing. RE8 on my iPad M1 is kind of sick. Dude, I know. It runs like shockingly well. I just thought I'd bless everyone here with my presence, and I'm glad you did. Well, everybody, my knee's bugging me. I'm about to pee my pants. So I think we'll call the stream there. We've gone a little over 4 hours. This has been joyous. Have a wonderful weekend. I'm sorry the stream today was a little unfocused, but that's what I bring to the table. So I will be back on Monday. Next week's streams are going to be a little weird because I am traveling in the middle of the week for something I can't talk about. But I will be able to talk about it eventually, I swear to God. So we'll handle that. But I will be back Monday. So buckle up. Much love, everybody. Stay safe. We'll see you in the next one. Me and Miney signing out. Much love, everybody. See you soon. Bye.